not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country,
currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
We vote on them, but we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and
Monday, mainly sunny. High 59. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
It can all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live
Monday night, mainly clear early, then a few clouds later on. Low 37. Winds light and variable.
To come.
Tuesday, cloudy skies. High 63. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. No! But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend JD Vance. A kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, JD Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit. People who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
If you were craving a late evening snack of red meat, you just got it.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
Lifted the cap off some of the issues, some of the grievances that we're used to hearing from the Trump campaign. This was a full-throated list of those grievances.
If the plan was to soften Donald Trump's image and kind of avoid some of those hot-button controversial issues, Donald Trump Jr. did not get that memo tonight.
Well, this is what the base is accustomed to hearing, so there was nothing we haven't heard before.
No, and the base
we just hadn't heard it in here.
Yes, exactly right. The base ate it up. They loved it. NBC's Garrett Haake is down there at the podium. You can tell us how it was received. I mean, this has been mostly a happy, boisterous crowd, but it broke into chants of fight, 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 Garrett.
That's right, Savannah. They're back into party mode now, but it was a fight night atmosphere here for the UFC fan, Donald Trump Jr. You really touched on it, I think. If Laura Trump was good cop last night, Donald Trump Jr. bad cop tonight, really going after Democratic policies and the Biden administration specifically. That's a speech that would probably feel familiar to a lot of the folks in this room. Donald Trump Jr. has been a very active evangelist for his father on the campaign trail. The core of that speech is the core of the speech that he gives on the campaign trail. What we saw here tonight was the Trump campaign wrapping his attack.
This afternoon, plentiful sunshine. High 60. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
A little bit of that at the end. A senior Trump campaign advisor at the beginning of the week had told me that Saturday's events would provide the emotional resonance, the emotional through line to this convention.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy. Low 37. Winds light and variable.
Party of Laura Trump, or even the portrait of the kinder, gentler grandpa Donald Trump that we heard from Kai there at the beginning of those remarks. That was Donald Trump.
Tuesday, overcast. High 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Campaign, a role that I think the Trump campaign now hopes JD Vance can pick up and kind of carry that baton out into the same states where Donald Trump Jr. has been such an active campaigner.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Garrett, we await JD Vance, the introduction by video, and then this speech, which is the keynote speech of the night, the highlight of this third night of the Republican National Convention. Tom Yamas on the floor now with a special guest.
Yeah, Savannah, thank you. We're here with Ohio's governor. Governor, you know Senator JD Vance so well. You helped him win his campaign. What should America expect to hear from him tonight?
I think the great thing is that America's going to see what we know in Ohio. What you see with JD Vance is what you get. He and his wife, Usha, are just amazing people. His life story is really kind of the American story of success, overcoming adversity. I think that adversity that he's faced, the trauma that he's had during his life, is going to enable him to be a very emphatic, not only candidate, but vice president of the United States. It's really an introduction, I think.
For those undecided voters in the Rust Belt, why will they vote for this ticket if Senator JD Vance is on the ticket?
Well, I think J.D. Vance does a great good job articulating what the president will be saying during this campaign. But I also think they will just like him. I just think they're going to relate to him. And again, this is just an introduction. Most people don't know him. It's going to take a while, but they're going to see him over the next few months, and they'll see what we know in Ohio.
Governor DeWine from the great state of Ohio. Governor, we thank you for your time. Savannah and Lester, I'm going to send it back up to your perch there at the convention.
We want to point out during the last part of Donald Jr.'s speech, we saw a split-screen image. We showed President Biden arriving at Andrews Airport, Joint Base, making his way from Nevada, where he was diagnosed earlier today with a case of COVID. He walks gingerly down here, and at some point he seems to send a signal if he's okay.
Yeah, they're arriving in Delaware tonight. Let's listen to this video introducing the vice presidential candidate here at the RNC. JD Vance. We're having a little bit of audio problems with this video that's introducing the biography of JD Vance. But the crowd is about to hear from the man himself as we go to the floor of the RNC.
Welcome, Usha Vance.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, JD Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. JD has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator. It occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire JD and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position. But it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American
Currently in
dream.
our area, 59
A boy from
degrees
Middletown,
under sunny
Ohio.
skies.
Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance.
This afternoon, plentiful sunshine, high 60, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Help us for change and let's rebuild America.
Thank you.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37, winds light and variable.
There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Thank you, please.
Tuesday, overcast, high 64, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't that amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is JD Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope. A celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren.
But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Comperatore, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under fair skies.
A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And somehow,
This is a test, only a test, of the emergency alert system from the Island County Department of Emergency Management. In the event of an actual emergency, the system would bring you important information. The following tones will conclude this test.
I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that mammal, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there. Come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up. And that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear they died of an overdose. As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
January of 2025, and if President Trump's okay with it, let's have
Here's our 7-day outlook.
As a result of a brush fire in St. John's, the Apache County Sheriff's Office and Apache County Emergency Management have recommended that the following areas be placed on a go mode on the ready, set, go model. All residents on Water Street and surrounding areas evacuate immediately.
Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, We will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
The citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to
tonight. A few passing clouds. Low 37. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
In so many ways, and of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
A cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They're very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
Senator JD Vance on the platform being greeted by members of his family after getting to know not only this crowd, but introducing himself to the rest of America who may be watching tonight. talking a lot about his personal roots, his personal story, mentioning in passing that they may not all agree in this room or in the party, but they share a common goal.
And a moving moment when he introduced his mother, Beverly Vance, and announced she was 10 years sober. His memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, a heartbreaking account of growing up with a single mother who had struggled with addiction, ultimately raised by the mama and papa that he so fondly spoke of tonight with a lot of warmth and humor. So this is the nation's introduction to Senator JD Vance, his wife Usha right there. They met in law school. Turn to Hallie and Kristen, who were watching the speech with us. Hallie, your thoughts?
You saw JD Vance there prosecute the case against President Biden and to a degree against Kamala Harris here in a speech that had more, I think, prosecutory lines, more attack lines than we thought. He touched on his biography. He touched on who he is. Obviously, you see
currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
He did not shy away from rhetoric on immigration, however. He made some nods to party unity, but overall, his message was very clear based on the states that he name-dropped repeatedly. How many times did we hear Michigan named in that speech? We're counting. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, same kind of thing. And that is a big reason why JD Vance is on this ticket, to help boost turnout in those states here. And he knows that. He understands that, and he's focused on that, trying to really relate his own biography to those working-class voters that the Trump campaign wants to reach.
Kristen, what does he bring to the table? Why is...
Well, he talked about the communities. I think that the campaign thinks he's going to help with at the very end and throughout this speech. Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It was a theme throughout this entire speech. By the way, if that song sounded familiar, Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, that's something that we used to hear during rallies with former President Bill Clinton. So really that appeal to those working class voters. I'm struck also, Hallie's right, he definitely had those attack lines. And then the lines that weren't in there. We didn't hear about abortion. We didn't hear about retribution, even though this weekend, in the wake of the assassination attempt, it was JD Vance who pointed the finger at Democrats, squarely blaming them for their rhetoric for that assassination attempt. Clearly, this was an attempt to introduce himself, to soften this language, and to remind this country that he is young.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
39 years old. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. Expect to see that on the stump speech.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Fourth grade NAFTA was passed. When I was in high school, this or that policy went into effect. Let's go down to Tom Yamas. He's
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
I talked to about 10 different delegates here down on the floor to get their take on the speech, because
here's our 7-day outlook.
Speeches here, different levels, right? Someone like Vivek Ramaswamy came out here the other night and blew the roof off this place. But people really liked the tone that Senator Vance took. I asked them, what did you like about the speech? What I heard over and over again is the way he ended the speech, saying that I'm going to be a vice president for all Americans, that he's not going to forget about the people that are struggling. A lot of people here were honest, just said, look, I don't know a lot about him, and I loved hearing his life story. And of course, that moment with his mother, right? So many people here mentioned that. They'd love to see his mother up there. She got emotional. He clearly was proud of her and how she overcame addiction and all the struggles. But at the end of the day, a lot of people here said they just felt like he really could speak to everyday Americans. And in politics, that's incredibly powerful. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. And it was a split screen image. In fact, it was literally a split screen as we saw President Biden arriving in Delaware, where he will now recover from COVID. That diagnosis announced today. And the political drama that is swirling around him right now. Adam Schiff, the influential congressman, calling for him to step aside, reporting from NBC News and others that Biden had met personally one-on-one with Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader, who had a blunt conversation with him. We're hearing rumblings from Speaker Pelosi. We're starting to see a groundswell among leaders of the Democratic Party, seems asking the president to step aside.
That said, there's a real question of just how open he is to this argument here, especially with NBC News reporting in the last 24 hours that he's been exasperated, he and his team, with this continued push, these continued calls that we've seen trickle out trickle out and then, of course, flood out from Democrats who want him to step off the ticket here. And bringing it back to the RNC, you heard, and in your conversation with Laura Trump, Savannah and Lester, they understand that this is the dynamic playing out of the party. It is partly why there has been such an effort to cast the GOP as a unified, in contrast to what's happening in the Democratic Party right now. It is very real. The anxiety is very high. And I think these signals coming out from top Democratic leaders, I mean, these are people who have known Joe Biden for decades. Having these conversations, incredibly difficult and also significant given this moment.
And letting them become public, it's all very, very calculated, likely. So we'll see how it plays out. I mean, Lester, you were with him. You just interviewed President Biden 2 days after this conversation.
And he has the same answer. 14 million people voted for me, not taking into account that many of those 14 million may be of a different mind now, witnessing what they've witnessed. I kept thinking as I was watching this, for Democrats, this clock is ticking. We don't know what the actual number on the clock is, but to watch this, to rebut this, is going to be a challenge, if not knowing who the nominee is going to be.
All of that said, the Biden campaign and sources that I talked to there continue to say, listen, we believe that the polls are still close. Donald Trump is not running away with this far and wide at this point.
All right. Well, that concludes our coverage for our NBC local stations, but coverage of the Republican National Convention continues with Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
We will see you back here tomorrow night, the final night of the Republican National Convention. Former President Trump will speak. We'll be here 9 o'clock Eastern Time right here on NBC, and see you bright and early on Today. Tonight, a historic moment for Donald Trump.
The former president taking center stage to accept the Republican Party's nomination for the 3rd time.
His first public address since narrowly surviving an assassin's bullet.
The Republican ticket is set.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President.
Trump, Vance. Ohio Senator JD Vance, now VP nominee, elevated to the national stage.
As Mr. Trump states his case for return to the White House.
From NBC News, live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the 4th and final night of the Republican National Convention.
Yes, and as we come on the air in this packed arena in Milwaukee, we are gearing up for a historic night. Former President Donald Trump and his first major address since surviving that attempt on his life.
In his speech, Mr. Trump will formally accept the Republican nomination for president for the 3rd time. He said he had rewritten his speech from scratch after the assassination attempt. The Trump campaign saying he plans to call for unity in the country.
And that speech, of course, will cap off 4 days of remarks from his top supporters, including his new vice presidential nominee last night, Ohio Senator JD Vance.
But tonight also promises to be a different kind of night. Earlier this week, we mostly heard from politicians. But tonight, we'll hear from the CEO of UFC, musician Kid Rock, and legendary wrestler Hulk Hogan, taking the stage in just a few moments here in Milwaukee.
The theme is fighting for America, and it will be a remarkable split-screen image, too. A unified Republican Party here in Milwaukee. And tonight, Democrats grappling with whether or not to replace President Biden as their party's nominee. News breaking tonight, a person close to the president telling NBC News, quote, "We're close to the end," as his top allies brace for him potentially to step aside. We have a lot to talk about in a moment, but first, let's once again bring in our panel. We've got Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, and our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. We're going to bring this speech from Hulk Hogan to you live in just a moment, but I think we got to start with this breaking news, Hallie, because it's been a day of rapid developments on this issue of whether President Biden will be the nominee of his party.
You now have multiple top Democrats, publicly or privately, as reported by multiple outlets, suggesting to President Biden that he cannot win come November, and this real sense that the clock is ticking and that the president is on that clock to make a decision very soon. Right as we were coming on the air, we heard now from the 2nd Senate Democrat, only the 2nd Senate Democrat, but notable here at Jon Tester, who's running in the state of Montana. This is a state that former President Trump won by about 16% in 2016, 20% in 2020. It is a very red state, and Jon Tester's really in a huge huge political fight here. It is not altogether surprising that he is seeking to distance himself from President Biden, although he is acknowledging that he believes President Biden has served the country well. There's a respectful tone, but also an urgent tone that the president has got to make this decision soon. I will tell you that in my conversation with Republicans here, if it were to be some scenario where, let's say, Vice President Kamala Harris takes the top of the ticket, and we don't know that to be the case yet, I've noticed an interesting shift in the GOP conversation around this. It is less of a comment of, it's going to be President Biden, that's what we're ready for, as we saw a few weeks ago. And I'm hearing much more of this discussion of Republicans looking to lash Harris to the Biden agenda, even if she is at the top of the ticket.
You have to figure they are doing their polling just as much as Democrats are right now.
But here
India's participant has issued an administrative message for the following counties or areas: Hanover, Virginia, Central Virginia, at 4:06 p.m. on March 3rd, 2025, effective until 4:06 p.m. March 4th, 2025. The Virginia State Police has issued a critical missing adult alert on behalf of the Ashland Police Department on March 3rd, 2025. At 3:30 p.m. the Ashland Police Department is looking for Allie Craig, a 34-year-old white female with blonde hair and blue eyes. She stands at 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighs 93 pounds. Allie was last seen on March 2nd, 2025, leaving the Motel 6 on Cottage Green Drive in Ashland, Virginia. She was last seen on foot and has multiple neck tattoos, including a heart tattoo under her right eye. Allie is believed to be traveling with 2 dogs. The investigating agency has determined that this disappearance poses a credible threat to her health and safety. If you have any information regarding Allie's whereabouts, please contact the Ashland Police Department at 804-365-6140 or visit https://vsp.virginia.gov/active-alerts/ for complete information.
Doubt that you're seeing a two-pronged campaign start here. Of course, the ongoing one against President Biden, but with the pressure mounting on President Biden to drop out of this race, Republicans are turning their sights.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
So that we don't know what we're going to hear, a different tone, different words.
Absolutely. Let's just take a step back and think about where we started this campaign.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Political campaign. It only emboldened him in the primary, didn't stop him in the general, and now most of those legal battles have been...
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
We've been showing you images from the floor, including the actor Russell Brand.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
We expect JD Vance, the vice presidential nominee, to come in any moment. It's a party atmosphere. People are getting their boogie on, feeling very, very good about their prospects in November. I think a lot of us wondered what would be the tone here after this serious attempt on the former president's life, but it has been jubilant. The cheese indicates that is the delegation from Wisconsin. And I think we've got Tom Yamas down on the floor to give us a flavor. Tom, what are you seeing?
How are you doing tonight? I can tell you this is the most electric night so far. The energy level here has been through the roof for the last 3 or 4 hours, right? People have been on their feet dancing and singing. Over there, way over there in the Texas delegation, they've been waving their 10-gallon hats all over the place. People have their signs. And it's interesting, right? Because when you think about politically speaking, President Trump's career, former President Trump's career, in the beginning, they got a lot of knocks, right? Because essentially they said they didn't have a campaign. They've now done 3 conventions, right? 2 real ones, 1 virtual. This is the 3rd one, by far the best so far. The reason why I say that, they've had no drama. They've been completely unified. Everything has gone as planned, and it is somewhat of a random convention. We're going to hear from people, as you mentioned, like Hulk Hogan, right? We're going to hear Kid Rock. We had Amber Rose earlier in the week. But when you talk to Republicans, they say that is America, right? America is made up of a lot of different people. They wanted to show all those faces, and that the Republican tent is bigger. If that's true, we'll know in November. We don't know yet. They're going to to have to convince a lot of voters if they want to get back to the White House. But they have been riding high for two reasons. One, former President Trump survived that horrific assassination attempt. He's come here. He looks like he's in good spirits. But two, they love what they're watching on the news when it comes to Democrats. The Democrats in disarray. Usually it's Republicans in disarray. You'll remember 2016, even in 2020, the Never Trumpers. You don't even hear about those people anymore. I actually interviewed somebody here who was a congressional candidate. Donald Trump had endorsed the guy who was running against him. That guy won, and this congressional candidate still came here because he loved Donald Trump so much, even though he ended his political career. That's the type of adoration, if you will, that people have for former President Trump. And as you mentioned, there'll be a couple of surprises in the VIP box. Way in the back there, Melania Trump, who we have not seen a lot of on this campaign trail. The first time here tonight, along with Ivanka Trump and Jared. It's going to be an exciting night. It's going to be a great night of politics. Savannah, back to you.
All right. Tom, was hard to catch that. We're ROCKing in the USA here pretty loudly, but I think we've got Jacob Soboroff on the floor for us, and he had a quick interchange with the former president himself. Hey, Jacob.
Hi, Savannah. Hi, Lester. Good evening to you guys. Just a few minutes ago, under former President Trump's box, he walked out ahead of his speech this evening. I had a chance, as you said, to have a quick exchange with him. Let's take a look at that if we haven't. Mr. President, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, sir? What do you want the nation to know ahead of your speech, sir? Savannah, Lester, you heard there, the former president said he's feeling good. He gave me the double thumbs up. I have to tell you, watching him walk out, he was walking very well. He was walking rapidly. He had a smile on his face, and it was the first time I've seen him that close since the attempted assassination. And he looked like normal President Trump. So he's on his way, we know, from there to his box, out here to the stage. And it'll be a matter of moments before we hear what his message to the nation is tonight.
Great reporting, Jacob. As we watch this crowd, they are fired up. You can only imagine the kind of reception he will get. Obviously, he's been here on subsequent nights, but for this moment, accepting his party's nomination with fresh in his mind, fresh in all of our minds, that image of him being gunned down, it's going to be likely an emotional night as well.
Well, and never forget, this is a reality television star. He has...
This is a coordinated test of the emergency alert system for broadcast stations in Hawaii. The regular monthly test of the live audio broadcast segment and all-hazard outdoor warning siren system for public safety will be conducted today at 11:45 a.m. from emergency management authorities. Hawaii's warning sirens are used to alert the public to any emergency that may pose a threat to life or property. The sound of the sirens is to alert residents to turn on a radio or television for information and instruction for an impending emergency. Instruction may also be provided by a cellular wireless emergency alert. Hawaii emergency management officials recommends residents prepare an emergency kit of a minimum of 14 days of food, water, medical, and other essential supplies. Always be prepared. Sent from the State of Hawaii Emergency Operations Center.
Welcome back. Our special coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. The crowd is fired up. They are going to hear from their nominee, former President Donald Trump, in just a moment. He will accept the Republican nomination for the third time, and we are expecting dignitaries to enter at any time, including Senator JD Vance and other members of the Trump family.
You would think that the big conversation here in Milwaukee would be about what the former president will say, but the big conversation in Milwaukee happens to be what the Democrats will do, what Joe Biden will do. Will he come off the ticket? That is driving everything here. You have to believe that the Trump campaign really doesn't necessarily know how this would look, what it would look like, what the Democrats will do.
This is what basically everyone is talking about here, Lester. What will...
As a result of a brush fire, the Apache County Sheriff's Office and Apache County Emergency Management have recommended that the following areas be placed on a go mode on the ready, set, go model. All residents on Water Street and surrounding areas. Everyone north of W. Cleveland and between North 2nd West and HWY 191. Evacuate immediately.
On his campaign. So NBC News has spoken with multiple sources with knowledge of the situation. You mentioned a person close to the president saying we're close to the end. Another person who spoke with senior campaign officials saying they're finally realizing it's a when, not if. Now, the anxiety among Democrats is reaching the top of the party. Two sources tell NBC News former President Obama has concerns about President Biden's ability to stay at the top of the ticket, but he feels personally protective of him. One source saying Obama
currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
Jamie Raskin writing a letter to the president urging him to reconsider his run and comparing him to a tired major league pitcher. Now, publicly, the White House and the campaign, they're aggressively pushing back against Democratic leaders trying to push the president out. And a source close to the president telling NBC News, in 2015, Obama, Pelosi, and Schumer pushed Biden aside in favor of Hillary. They were wrong then, and they are wrong now. Now, with her running mate sidelined, Vice President Harris is campaigning in battleground Pennsylvania earlier today. And as for the president, he remains here at his home in Rehoboth. His doctor says he has mild symptoms and no fever. Guys?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks very much. We want to go to Steve Kornacki now at the big board. Steve, I think you've got a perspective of why this is all so concerning and a difficult moment for Democrats right now. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the numbers that Democrats are looking at, and we're going to start with what you're seeing right here. This is the national picture. This is the big picture. This is a poll that came out just about 6 hours ago from our friends at CBS. This is a national poll, and look at this. They have Donald Trump now opening up a 5-point advantage over Joe Biden, 52 to 47. A couple things are significant about this. One, obviously, the fact that Trump is over 50%, a couple points over 50% into majority territory. Also,
tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
In this poll, CBS has taken 8 polls this year. This is the biggest lead for Trump in any of them. So that's the big picture, 30,000-foot view. But of course, we know
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Battleground states. And again, this is the kind of landscape Democrats are looking at right now. What you're seeing, these are polls that have been conducted largely
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
There's a clear pattern to them. Every one of these states, these are the 6
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Battleground states. They are 6 states that Joe Biden carried in 2020. And in the averages since the debate, Donald Trump with some kind of advantage, a little small there in Michigan, for instance, but some kind of advantage in all 6 of them. And again, all Biden states. And it's not just that. There's polls now in other states that weren't even thought to be part of the battleground, that were thought to be safely Democratic, that are concerning to Democrats. For instance, Virginia, several polls coming out recently, the average of them puts Trump ahead by 1 point in Virginia. That was a big blue state in 2020, not one Democrats thought would be competitive. So these are the numbers Democrats are seeing. And quickly to show you what they are fearing when they see these numbers, this is our Road to 270 map. We took a look at it last night. These are those 6 core battleground states, and just take you right through them. If Trump were to win Georgia, as that polling right now puts him ahead there, you could see right away that jumps him to 251. Arizona would put him over 260. Nevada would put him on the cusp of victory at 268. And then Pennsylvania, any of these 3 Midwest states would then put him over. You could see what Pennsylvania would do. Then he would just be adding insurance. If he got Michigan, if he got Wisconsin, if he went for 6 for 6, he doesn't have to win all 6 of those. You could see less than that would do, but Democrats are looking at those polls and they're fearing this kind of an outcome. And then if ever Trump were able to put those other states into play and start winning them, a state like Virginia, for instance, I mean, it would start to get a little bit out of control there. And there are other states, even like New Hampshire, Minnesota, that even some Democrats are getting worried about. So the bottom line is, this is what Democrats are fearing based on those numbers. Now, the Biden folks will tell you it's still competitive. It's not gone. He can get back in it. There's still a lot of negatives about Trump that they can take advantage of. But the bottom line, Joe Biden's party is fearing this kind of outcome, though we should also note, well, these are the numbers that have them nervous about Joe Biden. The same polling does not show a clear, obvious alternative candidate who would immediately reverse this result.
And that's why there's been so much paralysis on the Democratic side. Steve, thank you very much. We'll be back with you. I want to mention here at the RNC in Milwaukee, we're at a brief programming hold. Convention organizers have not told us why. We were expecting Hulk Hogan to be the first speaker this hour, actually about 15 minutes ago, not on yet. So the crowd is dancing to the musical interlude that's gone on a bit longer than expected. We'll keep you posted on that. Hallie Jackson, let me turn to you on what Steve just laid out, because he showed the map. It's always going to be tight in the battlegrounds. That's why we call them battleground. But what sent a shiver up the spine of so many congressional Democrats was starting to see softening in some of these states that have been reliably blue for the last few cycles. A Virginia, a New Hampshire, a Minnesota. That's what the concern is.
And these are states that, I'm thinking back to the last election, I would hear the Republican campaign talk about, the Trump campaign is saying, we're targeting some of these places. We think we have a shot. And that was always kind of the white whale in some ways for them. Now, giving you some insight into why there is that Democratic anxiety, it's exactly for that reason, that not only some of them believe if President Biden stays on the ticket, you could lose those battlegrounds that Steve could lay out, but maybe the map gets even worse. And what does this mean for down ballot races? What kind of a drag is this? Because remember, control of the Senate and House is at stake and at play in this election. So when it comes to Vice President Harris, you are seeing Republicans start to press the case against her as well, just in case this becomes a possibility. One of the Trump campaign managers, senior advisors today, called her, for example, the gaslighter-in-chief, suggesting that she helped cover up President Biden's fitness for office, what Republicans see as his inability to do the job. On the flip side, she is out on the campaign trail, too, and she is going after what's happening right here on the floor below us, saying if Republicans want unity, they've got to do more than just use the word, saying that they are essentially trying to paper over what Democrats see as an extreme agenda.
And, Kristen, the larger question overarching all this is, if President Biden decides to come off the top of the ticket, what are the mechanics? What are the optics? Because that is going to play just as much as anything else.
That is where this becomes so complicated. There's a divide within the Democratic Party. If President Biden comes off of the ticket, should he endorse Vice President Harris? Should they hit the ground running with a pre-planned ticket? Or should there be a mini primary? I can tell you I've spoken to a number of Democrats who say, let's have that debate. Let's have an open primary. It'll be messy, but they say it'll be good for our democracy. I have to tell you, I spoke with one Democratic lawmaker who described this as a really sad moment within the Democratic Party, described the president as reflective right now. He is thinking more and more about these arguments, about concerns over his viability. And by the way, I'm told he deeply resents this pile-on that is happening. So we will have to see how it plays out, because he is in the process of recovering from COVID while he's dealing with these very weighty issues.
Well, these Trump delegates here making it their own party as they continue to dance their way through what we're told is a hold, essentially, in the schedule. We don't know for how long or what's holding things up, but no one here seems to mind on the floor. Let's go to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. He is on the floor. I don't know if he's busting a move, but he's got some news for us.
Hey, Lester, this is Jerry McDaniel, and Jerry and I were talking, and I think that there's a through line from this moment, and I want you to just tell me, when did you first get involved with politics?
Back in probably 2008, back when McCain and Sarah Palin were getting ready to run for office. First of all, when I saw Sarah Palin come on stage, I was amazed.
At that convention?
I loved it.
And then you got involved in the Tea Party.
Yes, I did. I actually helped start the Tea Party in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And then you backed Donald Trump, and here, 9 years later, he's about to take the stage again for the third time. Lester, Savannah, Donald Trump is right back to the arena.
All right, well, the crowd, thank you. The crowd just went wild because former President Trump has entered the chat. He's in the building, just walking up the stairs, about to go into the friends and family box and greeting his supporters. So whatever was on hold seems to be on hold, not for much longer, as the former president is there. Let's turn back to our panel here as we continue to watch this. I want to mention what we're waiting for tonight. Hulk Hogan expected to speak. There's Jared Kushner, his daughter Tiffany. I think that's, we saw Ivanka briefly. So for the first time, we're going to see just about all of the family members, save Barron Trump, together. I don't believe we've seen Melania yet. Has anyone caught a glimpse of her? But she's expected to be there as well. So it's going to be family night at the RNC as the president takes the stage in his official nominating speech. So we're expecting Hulk Hogan, Dana White, the UFC head, a performance by Kid Rock, and then the nominating speech.
Savannah, it's so stunning to see Jared and Ivanka. Hallie and I covered the Trump administration. We cannot overstate how integral they were to his entire administration. And here they have not been here for the first few days of this convention, but here they are tonight, a show of force from the Trump family.
And I believe this is Hulk Hogan. Let's listen.
I don't see Melania.
Not yet.
No, we still don't see.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
We've not yet seen Melania, but Hulk Hogan's getting the crowd primed for a speech a little bit late, but here he goes. We'll listen here in Milwaukee live.
Tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator.
Tuesday, overcast, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
But you know something?
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero? and they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Hulk Hogan bringing the fight to this convention hall, and the man of honor here tonight seems to like it very, very much. The Trump family in position now.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
And I turned to Hallie Jackson. It's been interesting because all this week we really have seen an emphasis on kind of the softer side of Donald Trump. A lot of speeches about Grandpa Donald Trump and the father, but now they're reverting to form and going hard with the fighter Donald Trump, and something that certainly appeals to the base of the party.
We've seen that throughout the course of the week. There have been speakers who have tossed out that red meat, so to speak, to the base with rhetoric that is more in line with where the base of the Republican Party is, rhetoric that the Democrats see as inflammatory on issues like immigration. Tonight, this is a real, working class male energy here with the brawlers that are coming up to stage here. You've got UFC head Dana White, who's set to come out as well. Clearly, there is an effort to target some of those voters who do make up a portion of the former president's base at this point. It's been also interesting to see the dynamics at play as it relates to the former president's remarks. Over and over again, people around him have suggested it will be unifying. He will make a call to unity. But I've also heard that Donald Trump is going to be Donald Trump. And at moments of divisiveness in this country in the past, he has not issued those calls for unity. You think back to Charlottesville. You think back to his response after in 2020 in the Black Lives Matter movement and the death of George Floyd. Those have been moments where the former president has done anything but unite the country. So there's a question here of how he will walk that line and what he actually will
Tonight,
say.
clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
He has not backed away from. We know that from the moment he took this nomination 2 conventions ago, he came out with the kind of ominous
Tuesday, overcast, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
That is what we've seen in his inauguration speech in 2017, famously referencing American carnage. And even more recently on the campaign trail, he talks about this
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
Himself as he accepts the Republican nomination. More live from the...
Here's our 7-day outlook.
On NBC News right after this.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Milwaukee and our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. Soon we're going to hear from Eric Trump, son of the president, the former president, and, of course, executive vice president of the Trump Organization.
Earlier this week, we put his father over the top during the RNC's roll call, giving the former president the delegates needed to officially secure the nomination. Later this evening, Mr. Trump will accept that nomination during his speech.
They're hearing from Franklin Graham on the floor right now, and, in fact, it may be a moment of prayer, but I want to go to Garrett Hake on the floor and tell us what you're seeing down there. We were looking for the vice presidential candidate, JD Vance. Hadn't seen him yet, but I heard you just got a sight of him.
That's right, Savannah. A little bit unusual that Vance and his wife didn't show up with the Trumps and the Trump family when they came out. And you can see I'm trying. It has to be very quiet here, guys. But as you can see, Vance is up on the stage now with the former president behind us, having come in during the prayer.
Yeah, we understand you were in a difficult spot, so we're going to break away from you a little bit, Garrett, and talk to you a little bit more. There's former President Trump as this prayer is led here in the hall.
You are a great God.
we ask that it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
So a prayer to wrap up remarks from Franklin Graham, the evangelical community, a key to Trump's victory in 2016. Stalwarts for him have stuck by him through thick and thin, and we've heard a lot from them this week as well.
And I'm struck by watching former President Trump alongside his current running mate when you look at his last running mate, and that is, of course, former Vice President Mike Pence, selected in part to help issue that olive branch to the evangelical community, Sam.
And we're about to hear from Eric Trump, son of the former president.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time
information. This test is now concluded.
Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
Cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas.
This system would bring you important information. This test is now concluded.
We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
A movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright
Tuesday, overcast, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
God bless the moms who fought back.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast.
This is a test of the Mississippi Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test is now concluded.
My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed and they will not win. love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals of school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave border patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. Watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better...
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies.
Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
I have ever met.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Eric Trump delivering that speech, delivering much of the red meat that we saw from his brother yesterday, igniting and energizing this convention. It is just past the top of the hour now for those of you just joining us. We just heard from former President Trump's son Eric speak on the final night of the Republican National Convention.
Okay, this is Donald Trump's night. We expect his speech soon in this hour. We're also going to see a performance by the musician Kid Rock. There'll be a video about Mr. Trump, and then Dana White, the UFC president, will be introducing him. But we've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker alongside, as always. And Kristen, it's just so interesting because they really have been trying to have this sort of softer, gauzier image of Donald Trump. But last night and tonight, it's Don Jr. and Eric Trump who have really brought out those grievance issues that Donald Trump talks about all the time in the rallies that we hadn't heard that much about. But he brought up, we don't trust our elections, said his father has been persecuted and prosecuted, kind of bring up all of those greatest hits to the crowd, which this crowd loves it. The question is, how it's received by the audience watching at home.
And that's the big question. Now, the audience back at home is going to wait for the big show and Donald Trump's speech, but it's so notable because his sons, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, sort of took on the role of the attack dog, what we typically see of the vice presidential nominee. And as you point out, they didn't hold back, talked about the fact that we no longer trust our elections. Important to point out, there has been an erosion of faith in our institutions writ large, in our elections, in part because former President Trump has yet to concede the last election, and there have been these questions raised about the last election, even though all of the legal challenges have been put to rest.
Right, people are questioning it because he's been feeding that narrative for 4+ years.
Exactly, and it's part of what led to the lower turnout, by the way, in the midterms for Republicans. So Republicans are actually doubling down, trying to say, we got to get out early in this next election cycle. It's also interesting, he tried to redefine retribution. He said our retribution will be our success. It was a slight twist, a slightly lighter way to get at what has been one of Donald Trump's biggest attacks.
And he said huge expectations about the country's ills, that they could all be fixed by Donald Trump. One point of business, that many of you watching that speech may be wondering who the little girl was sitting in the lap of the former president. That is Carolina Trump. She is the daughter of Eric Trump.
Yes, so she's sitting on her grandfather's lap. She's 4 years old. It's a late night for her.
Stealing the show at moments,
oh, yes,
but appropriately.
Giving us Prince Louis vibes, the royal family. It's always interesting to see when every mother holds their breath when they see a toddler on stage like that. You have a 4-year-old.
As the mother of a 4-year-old, she's fast asleep right now. We're doing the same thing, I think, that Carolina was doing right there.
So we're watching as it's mixing and mingling on the convention floor. They're running a bit behind schedule right now, but we do expect the marquee event, former President Trump, to take this stage. It's so interesting. There's been so much talk this week about how former President Trump said he ripped up his speech. He wants to strike a unifying theme. We did not hear, we've heard the same sort of persecution narrative from his sons. We've seen excerpts of former President Trump's speech, and there are calls that for him are uncharacteristic, including there's a line in there about saying, I don't want to be president of half of America, but the whole of America. And it's kind of an unremarkable sentiment, but it's remarkable usually doesn't talk that way.
Coming from him, that is what makes it extraordinary. That's exactly the line that I was looking at, Savannah, as we have now these excerpts that we can share with people. He says that as Americans were bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. He also strikes some pretty overtly religious overtones, talking about how God saved him, he believes, and the divine intervention in that moment. He is expected now, based on this reporting, to clearly lay out his account of what happened to him on that stage. In fact, he says something along the lines of, I'll tell you what happened, and I'll never tell you a second time. So it'll be interesting to hear that, especially as this crowd...
Melania Trump is now stepping out to the roar of the crowd. Saw just a glimpse of her.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under fair skies.
Of former President Trump, as mentioned, the schedule a little bit delayed, and now we're seeing former First Lady Melania Trump enter the building to rapturous applause.
We have not seen her as a part of this campaign, so this is something different.
She issued a long, emotional statement on Sunday after the shooting, the attempted assassination of her husband, but she has not been a feature of this campaign trail. So for her to be here on this night is notable.
And Kristen, what we have seen in this campaign in terms of the family involvement, very different than what we saw from his original run for president.
In 2016, his family was a staple on the campaign trail. Melania Trump was a staple by his side. I had a chance to interview the former president back in September of last year. He said we'll see her soon on the trail. At that time, we really haven't seen much of her. He also noted she is a private person by nature.
We're going to squeeze in a break right here. We're moments away from the former president's address to accept the Republican
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. Soon from the RNC, we'll see.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And then tonight's final speaker, former President Trump. Right now, the crowd watching a video montage of Donald Trump's career.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
On the floor, see how the delegates are enjoying the show tonight.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now, I would call this the Donald Trump the movie section. As I look up at the crowd right now, literally it looks like everyone is watching a movie here on the floor of the convention hall in Milwaukee. You know, you got to give credit to the people who are producing this convention for the Republicans, right? On paper, it may have looked a little strange, a little crazy. You talk about people like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan gave what I would say is probably the best speech at this convention so far, and there have been speeches that have blown the roof off this place. People who love the conservative politics here, who love MAGA. Hogan came in here, he did something completely different. He also was just entertaining, right? He was funny, he made people laugh, and even if you don't care for the politics here, he might have entertained you. And on top of that, let's talk about the former First Lady, right? The whole family walks out except Melania Trump. They add a little drama. Is she here? Is she not here? And then sure enough, the whole place pauses. Melania Trump walks in and she takes a seat right there in the VIP box next to her husband. What is strange, which I know you guys have pointed out, she will not speak at this convention. She spoke in 2016 at the virtual convention as well, but for some reason she's decided not to speak here. She has taken a major step back with only doing 2 events with the Log Cabin Republicans, which is the LGBT conservative group, something that is close to her heart. I spoke with one of the leaders of that group saying that she was very involved in that, but it's been very, very small from that. It was this appearance tonight and not much else. People still watching this movie. I'm going to send it back to you guys at the convention hall upstairs.
All right, Tom, thanks. I want to go to Garrett Hake right now. He is also on the floor in a little different position. Garrett.
Yeah, Lester, I'm sitting just beneath the family box here watching Eric and Laura Trump return after his speech, and I was right on the fence line here as Melania Trump came in, and it was a rapturous welcome for her. I can't overstate the degree that she's a celebrity within this movement. The people around me were cheering how much they loved her. Basically, when she was up waving to the crowd, it really did feel almost like a royal reception for someone who has been much more scarce on the campaign trail this time around than in Donald Trump's two previous campaigns for the White House.
All right, we see Eric Trump taking his seat after just delivering his speech, setting up the night for former President Trump, and we're getting closer to that moment. We're seeing the video, the biographical video. There's Melania Trump watching it alongside the delegates.
And Eric may have really smoothed the trail for his father with that, again, red meat speech. So those things have been said, but then allowing a transition for former President Trump to offer perhaps a loftier view of America.
I think there will be some of those unifying themes, and then if it's not outright red meat, perhaps it's pork, the other white meat. But there will be vintage Trump in this speech, we expect. And in a moment, this former president who has a flair for the dramatic and showmanship has laid out a scenario where just that will happen. We're about to get a performance from Kid Rock, then Dana White, the head of the UFC. The theme of the night, Make America Great Again, but a chance of fight breaking out on this convention floor. Let's listen.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, body scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of strolls, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a plan. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. Won't see this beast, these are the kings of rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lip, Corn, Stones. David Attico and No-Show Jones. Yeah! Pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gave no pay.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under fair skies.
Okay, this is not your grandmother's Republican Party with the cashmere sweater set and the pearls. I'm just, some people here are loving that moment, and some look like they might have taken a wrong turn. This was not the Republican convention they remember from back in the old Bush-Reagan years.
What's so interesting is the call and response that we have seen throughout the night and throughout the week when it comes to the word fight, when it comes to that raised fist. Right before Kid Rock came onto the convention stage, which is a sentence that, of course, we're saying here tonight because that's what happened. You saw them put up that picture that has become so symbolic of the moments after the former president was rushed off the stage as he was being rushed off after that assassination attempt against him. People here are selling shirts and buying shirts with that picture on it. People here, I've talked to some delegates wearing fake ear bandages in solidarity with the former president. They have really seized on this imagery.
Dana White takes the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
There was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then,
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
To interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
They know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people. All American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under fair skies.
Trump about to address the crowd. You're seeing the firefighter kit, the helmet, the gear of the man who lost his life at that rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday night.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months
tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
In the history of our country. Together we will
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
Apart. I am running to be.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
For all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It was very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under fair skies.
From a much greater distance, and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were...
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Fight.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
Into the air, you've all seen that. The crowd really...
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Okay, and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comperatore. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. 2 other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. 2 great people. I also spoke to all 3 families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated. And 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million. For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under fair skies.
Just read on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Took the Republican Party by surprise, I will tell you. It was beautiful.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
My entire family for being here, Don, Kimberly.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, JD Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation.
Currently in our area, 58 degrees under sunny skies.
Woman, Democrat, Republican, or Independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want
Tonight,
to do it.
a few passing clouds. Low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
So I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
It's a great feeling.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
The United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress, and I said, oh, that's okay, we won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion, and we built, most of the wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds, because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. Never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago,
currently in our area, 57 degrees under sunny skies.
In the history of our country, in the history of the world, we had the greatest economy. In the history of the world, we had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter, because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by...
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Pouring into our country, the black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking...
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
Thank you. Thank you. I like
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here, and send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under sunny skies.
Built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really...
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Ever made, and replace it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Winds south-southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible.
We will not let countries come in.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Take our jobs and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. We're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under fair skies.
Never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
I've been working for years to come into our country, and now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are two illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on?
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
Very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
And I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along
Here's
with him.
our 7-day outlook.
Nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it, he actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. The years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous force.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
Most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation, and as we do, we will...
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Disease and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had
Tuesday, cloudy, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was
currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
Together these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed. because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Win, 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 win.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
We will not fail. We will not fail.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
We will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump addressing the convention, and it is after midnight on the East Coast. Covering the terrain of territory as he addressed the delegates. Familiar campaign themes, and yes, he went off script time and time again. This was very much, Kristen Welker, like a rally speech, less like a convention speech.
Absolutely. To some extent, this was a tale of two speeches. He started off recounting his version of the harrowing events from this weekend, but he quickly shifted into rally mode. So this promise of a unifying speech, there were some lines that were aimed at being unifying, but the speech as a whole really felt like a Trump rally speech. Within that, we could give a little bit of context to some of what you just heard from the former president. He repeated debunked claims of election interference, talked about crime being rampant in American cities. The reality there, crime is at a 50-year low, even though a lot of folks wouldn't say that they feel that. He talked about the invasion at the southern border, something that we hear at a lot of his rallies. If you look at the facts, and if you look at the crowd, they obviously ate all of this up. The question becomes, does it appeal to moderates? Does it appeal to independents? The reality is there was a lot of debate over getting a bipartisan border deal done. Former President Trump opposed that.
Well,
so it's complicated.
He challenged Democrats in the name of unity. He challenged Democrats to drop investigations. I think he called them the witch hunts, but that was his challenge to
nation tonight, which is all the people who are tuning in, who may have been skeptical of Donald Trump, who may have wanted to hear what he had to say tonight. Will that appeal to them? I think that remains the open
let's
question.
just call it what it is. It is after midnight. It is Friday morning. The speech started on Thursday night, and officially it is the longest convention speech ever given by a lot. 93 minutes, by the way. The two record holders before also both given by Trump, 76 minutes and 70 minutes, respectively. We're seeing the balloons drop, the family on the stage, those iconic convention moments. By and large, this Republican convention trying to present a different side to Donald Trump, but this Donald Trump we saw tonight was the vintage thing.
This is who he has been for the past 8 years, and while he nodded at the top to saying he wanted to represent all of America, it turns out that comes with a catch. You heard him decry what he called partisan witch hunts against him. He talked about accusing Democrats of weaponizing the Justice Department, insisting he's not a threat to democracy. Democrats have cast him as that. They talk about his incitement, as they see it, of an insurrection for undermining confidence in the security of the election with his election fraud lies. In the moments after the assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania, you heard calls from Republicans for the rhetoric to be toned down, but here's Donald Trump talking about crazy Nancy Pelosi, cheating on elections, using COVID to cheat, and more. He may say he wants unity, but he wants unity on his terms only here. That is clear from the speech.
I think what was different is the tone. He was, you almost might want to call it low energy at points, but he was clearly trying to shift the tone downward in terms of not as much yelling.
The tone was subdued.
Yeah.
The rhetoric was not. Let's go to our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, on the floor as the balloons drop and this convention comes to a close. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Savannah, yeah, this is the moment why people come to conventions, right, to feel that balloon drop. Listen, I was right here watching with all of the delegates, all the people on the convention floor, inside this arena here. At the beginning, he had them hanging on every single word. They were listening to the entire story of that assassination attempt. They were following along. They were sort of enthralled into what he was saying. It was a long speech, as you have said. It was the longest, I think, ever of any convention of modern history. And there were at times people had to sit back down. But for the most part, I started asking people, what'd you think of the speech? They said they liked the speech. People acknowledged it was very long. Some people fell asleep that were around us. And again, people sat down. But there were people, a lot of people that stood up the entire time, the full 90 minutes, watching him every step of the way, hanging on every word, shooting cell phone videos, shooting selfies, so excited. And again, he really had them mesmerized that first part of the speech. And by the end, he brought it home to people. You know, I'd say in the last 10 minutes or so, people started getting back excited about what was happening. And just behind us, you can see the balloons are falling. They're popping. People are taking their selfies. They're enjoying their time here in Milwaukee. And the people here at least have earned it. They stayed waiting a long time during that speech for this moment. I'm going to send it back to you guys upstairs in the convention hall.
Yeah, Tom, thanks very much. And we're looking, if you look on this stage, the entire Trump family minus Barron Trump on that platform are taking in this moment, watching the balloons fall and greeting the crowd that they hope will help steer them to victory in November.
Let's go to Garrett Hake. He has a different vantage point on the floor. Garrett, how did the speech go over where you were sitting?
Well, Savannah, we're waist deep in balloons now. It felt like kind of an effort to manufacture a bit of energy that was lacking at the second half of that speech. The first half, I saw a lot of wet eyes. The second half, I saw some closed eyes in the section that I'm in right now. Playing with Brooke. Brooke from North Carolina here. You were enraptured in the first part of the speech. Tell me what you thought about hearing this from Donald Trump tonight.
Well, I mean, honestly, it was the most amazing speech I've heard from him. He's subdued now after last week. I really believe there's been a transformation. I think the spirit of the living God is on him, and the people here feel that. Franklin Graham came out and gave an incredible prayer for him and prayer for our nation, which is exactly what we need. We need fundamental restoration in America, and that's what Donald Trump will provide.
Do you think this version of Donald Trump will convince your friends and neighbors back in North Carolina who aren't sold on him right now?
I think so. You know what? I see North Carolina that we will hand it to we will hand it to Donald Trump handily. And I think other states, you will be surprised to see even some very deep blue states are going to go for Donald Trump, because you know why? Their budgets have been hurting. They know that they have been losing jobs to what's been coming over at our border.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
Hispanic in the black community, but every community in the United States. tired of that. We're tired of watching our children be killed by fentanyl. We're tired of seeing our jobs go away to illegals. And we're tired of the crime on our streets.
Brooke, you're one of several people I've talked to, maybe every delegate I've talked to has talked about the idea of basically seeing God's hand on Donald Trump tonight. He talked about that chart and the idea that turning his head saved his life. Is that the big takeaway for you from this convention, from this last week in our politics?
Absolutely, Garrett. This last week has been the most incredible transformation, I think, on him and on the people around him, his loved ones, his family, the people who serve in Senate and the House. My prayer is that, listen, if you remember from 2012, the DNC booed God. We have been praising God at the Republican Party, at this party all week long. We have been praising the name of Jesus Christ, and that does not happen at the Democrat National.
All right, Brooke, I got to throw it back upstairs. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. And Lester, Savannah, I think that's been it.
Garrett, thanks very much. As we watch the Trump family continue to take in this moment, God bless America. God bless America playing in the arena here. Before we go, let's get some final thoughts. Hallie?
Well, looking at this, the Trump family on stage here, coming out in what is, in many ways, the starting point of the last stretch of the campaign.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Not to take away anything from tonight and the speech that former President Trump delivered to an audience that really felt tonight as true believers. This is his party. This is his stage. He made that clear.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Have that kind.
Well, the question is, the party faithful is united, the Republican base.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
And need we not mention that the Democratic Party right now, the question of who will be.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Open question right now.
That's right. I do think it's going to be about winning over the small sliver, maybe 10% of gettable voters. And one thing that struck me, you didn't hear him really talk about President Biden. He mentioned his name once. What's notable about that, we do not know if President Biden will be at the top of the ticket. And I think that was strategic to some extent. You are seeing them shift into a campaign against the administration writ large, whether it's Kamala Harris or another Democrat who winds up being at the top of the ticket if he does drop out.
When I spoke to President Biden earlier this week, I asked him if the assassination attempt will drive the trajectory of this election. He wasn't sure, but I think watching this and watching how it's woven into the speech, I think very clear.
No doubt it's moving over everything.
That concludes our special coverage of this year's Republican National Convention.
We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com, and don't forget us at the Today Show. I would say tomorrow morning, but it's this morning.
Good night.
Have a good night.
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here is Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the first night of this year's Democratic National Convention. We have a lot to get to tonight, including the keynote speech of the evening from President Biden. But first, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is speaking right now. Let's join her remarks in progress.
Jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. Up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. Vice President Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. No matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. Our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. To work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
As your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through the future.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
That was former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the 2016 Democratic nominee, speaking to this packed arena tonight on this day of a historic moment here in Chicago. Democrats energized, rallying around the party's new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The DNC is branding tonight's theme for the people, a nod to the VP's background as a prosecutor. You heard Hillary Clinton make a similar reference in her speech a moment ago. Harris arriving earlier this evening to loud cheers for her first appearance at this convention. The vice president making a point to thank President Biden and deliver an optimistic message to the crowd. Here's some of what she said.
Every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
A speech, not the speech we'll hear later in the week, but Kamala Harris again talking to the crowd here. We've already seen some of the biggest names in Democratic politics speak this evening. Hillary Clinton, of course, you just heard, along with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But tonight really belongs to President Biden. Coming up just moments from now, we will witness something that's never happened in modern American history. A sitting first-term president making his case for his second in command instead of a second term, and passing the torch to a new generation. For more on the night ahead, let's bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, start us off. We're going to hear from the president today. This is a moment of transition for this party. We've heard some of the ideas of what we'll hear from him. Give us your sense of the bar he needs to cross tonight.
This is an extraordinary night, Lester. This is not the convention that Democrats were anticipating they would have just a month ago. They thought President Biden would be at the top of the ticket. Instead, tonight he will be passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris officially, if somewhat reluctantly, because, of course, he fought till the very end to stay at the top of the ticket. But that won't be on display tonight, I am told. He is going to deliver a full-throated, not only endorsement, but call to action to defeat Donald Trump, to elect Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm told he's going to talk about the things that he's proud of that he has accomplished, remind the country about the dire situation when he took office in 2021, a country that was coming out of COVID. And he's going to make the case that he did not do this on his own. So this is not going to be his final farewell speech. This is going to be, yes, a moment to reflect on his legacy, but really to lean into a full-throated endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris. You can feel the energy and the excitement in the room. You saw that with Hillary Clinton's speech. This crowd energized tonight. Like
let me bring Hallie into this. You were talking about what Kristen just mentioned there about what he plans to do tonight. Has there been some lag in this campaign right now as to how best to use President Biden?
I spoke with one of his closest advisors earlier today who said that he is going to act as a kind of volunteer-in-chief for Vice President Kamala Harris and do what the campaign asks him to do, whatever that may be. So he is apparently going to be taking a backseat role in this campaign moving forward, but certainly vocal and out there in what, as Kristen describes, is going to be a call to action tonight. Of course, before President Biden gets to that speech, he is going to, in the words of the DNC chair to me earlier, he's going to get his flowers. And boy, have you heard those flowers here tonight. Again and again, these speakers here at the Democratic National Convention on night one have taken the stage to effusively thank President Biden for what he has done, for what they see as his act of selflessness, stepping off the ticket. And look at what the numbers have shown us in just the last 24 to 72 hours here. We're getting in new polling from key battleground states and new national polling showing that, yes, Vice President Kamala Harris has not only gained ground on former President Trump, in some cases pulling even with or ahead of him in some of these polls within the margin of error, she is doing better than President Biden was doing against former President Trump. And that is in so many ways the rationale for this move in the first place and what helps us set the table for the week ahead. Because while this is not President Biden's convention, as it may have been a month ago, this tonight is his moment. After this, he's out of here. And it is Kamala Harris's convention, very clearly.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. And what is so striking about this moment is how unified the Democratic Party seems to be right now. They are unified because they're looking at those polls, energized by the idea that this is a real fight. They can see a potential victory in their sights. And you really heard that when we were just listening to Secretary Clinton speak. The only other woman to win a major party nomination. She talked about Kamala Harris's candidacy in historic terms, breaking through that glass ceiling. What's so notable to me, Lester, is that we've not really heard Vice President Harris lean into the historic nature of her candidacy. So it was powerful that you had Secretary Clinton doing that. She will undoubtedly continue to try to remind voters of that. But it speaks to this moment that we are in. You heard her talk about reproductive rights. The gender gap right now is yawning. It's 20 to 30 points, depending on which poll you are looking at. And that could be a huge factor in who wins this election.
We're, of course, following the schedule, how close they are on time. But we can tell you we came on the air with Hillary Clinton because that went over partly, I would suspect, from the thunderous ovation that she received leading into this. Tom Yamas is down on the floor right now at the convention. Maybe you can more adequately describe the energy that we're certainly feeling up here.
Yeah, Lester, I will tell you there's electricity in this room, there's energy in this room, and there is enthusiasm in this room. Right now they're listening to Representative James Clyburn from South Carolina. But as you mentioned, when Hillary Clinton was talking, I couldn't even hear what she was saying because it was so loud. We have multiple cameras here on the ground of the convention floor for our NBC News special coverage. I'm going to ask our photographer, Guy Hernandez, to give us a spin around here of the United Center. Every single seat in the United Center is filled right now. You may know this area in Chicago. This is where Michael Jordan started with championships, and then he built that into dynasties. The Democratic Party hopes the same thing starts with Kamala Harris. Joining me here is Kristen Hamill, and she had a poster that stood out to me. One, because it is reminiscent of when President Obama was running, then Senator Obama, and so many people were voting for him. They were so energized by his campaign. On my way to the United Center, I saw something I hadn't seen in a long time. There was merchandise for Vice President Kamala Harris. You really didn't see that with President Joe Biden. You really didn't see that with Secretary Hillary Clinton, to be completely honest. But you're seeing that excitement here for Kamala Harris. So, Kristen, let me ask you, you're from Rhode Island. Why is there so much excitement here?
I think because we're moving forward, and she's given us a lot of hope. And I also believe that we all understand that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to our environment.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
Guardrails of the United States of democracy.
What do you hope to hear from President Biden? I got to think for Democrats, this is somewhat of an awkward moment. The nomination was wrestled away from him. He earned it. He got all those votes. He was president for 4 years. What do you hope he says? And is that feeling alive at all in this arena, do you think?
I I think people feel a lot of gratitude. One of the reasons I'm featuring on this dress, President Biden, is because he did something that was very patriotic. He walked away from power. It's very much like what George Washington did. So I think he's here to be thanked by these people who really think he's done a lot for the country in the past, but it was his time to step down because of his age.
Kristen Hamill from Rhode Island, we thank you so much. Lester, that's the sentiment really from a lot of the delegates here and the people on the floor. People are excited. There's energy in here. But again, there is some sort of trepidation. What will President Biden say? A lot of people say he's going to stay with the party line. He's going to support Kamala Harris and pass that torch. Lester, back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. I believe, Peter, you are in the state of Washington section.
Yep, we're in the state of Washington section. And Lester, if you're trying to find us in a dark arena like this, it's not hard. We've got the best dressed, best decorated, most lit up delegation there is from Washington State right now. More than 130 delegates here, including some of the youngest in the entire
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
This convention was that Joe Biden may not be able to get all those young people to come back the Democratic ticket, but you believe Kamala Harris will. What have you heard from those sort of in your...
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
So Kamala Harris's birthday.
And so are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket in a way? Are you feeling that new energy?
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
And it goes beyond just casting votes. Young people want to get involved. They want to do more than just vote for Kamala.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
They want to talk to their friends and their family. They want to organize and they want to get involved because they want to be part of this movement because they know we're making history.
Jonica's a good talker. We may be covering you in the future. Nice to meet you as well. And there's some history being made here as well because with me, the delegation head is the only Southeast Asian woman delegation head in either party, as I understand it, in history, the potential to have the first Southeast Asian president of the United States. This for you is a historic event to be a part of.
It just feels incredible to think of someone who looks like me, whose mom looks like my mom. It just means like that we're at the table, that we're really here, that we are fully America, and we're part of this moment.
And Lester, what strikes me right now as you see these guys, you can't miss these gorgeous hats that they help dial up here, right? But also the sashes, they say Cowboy Kamala after Cowboy Carter. For those a little bit younger than me, that's Beyonce's new album. Of course, the song Freedom, the anthem, the unofficial anthem of the Harris-Walz campaign. Lester?
Yeah, Peter, one of the fun things about doing these conventions is the personalization of some of what we see on the floor. So thanks for bringing that story to us. Joining us now is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He's joining us here tonight in his capacity as a surrogate for the Harris campaign. Great to see you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me on.
Before we talk about the president's speech and all that, let's talk about you for a second. Your name was out there as on the short list as a potential VP nominee. You could have been on the stage tonight. Any sense of disappointment?
No, I was honored to be mentioned, but I'm very excited about the Harris-Walz ticket. I just ran into Tim Walz in the hallway back there. He is the real deal. I've known him for some time, worked with him, and the thing that I keep thinking about with him is I've seen campaigns spend millions of dollars to make a candidate seem like the kind of guy who would be a football coach, a classroom teacher, a 24-year National Guardsman. He is that guy. And, of course, as a Midwesterner, I'm a little biased, too. Excited to see a Midwestern governor on the ticket.
We're going to hear President Biden here in just a few minutes. If you think about it, he's really someone who the party basically said, we can do better without you. Now, you can change the language, but the idea was that for the chance to win, the party had to move on past Joe Biden. What signal does that send as he comes out tonight in support of the nominee?
Well, I think with a signal you're going to see is one of solidarity. Look, our party is not always known for quickly and easily unifying around any decision, and yet it coalesced in a matter of hours around Kamala Harris. And I think tonight you're going to see a lot of love for Joe Biden for really two reasons. One, his selfless decision, and two, his success as president.
Do the results justify the means, though, how this came about?
Well, it was his decision, and it is so world historically rare for the most powerful person in the world to willingly lay aside power simply because it is the right thing to do and pass it to a new generation. So, again, I think you're going to see a lot of appreciation for for that. But also, one thing I know about him is he continues to be extremely focused on the future, both in terms of his presidency and what I think he's going to ask the country to do tonight, which is to carry the best things forward to support this new leader, but also one who's going to be able to maintain things like the historic job growth that we're seeing right now, the manufacturing boom that's happening in the industrial Midwest, where I grew up, instead of the manufacturing recession that we had under Donald Trump, and all the other results that we've had under the Biden-Harris team.
As someone who ran for the nomination cycle back, right, if that's correct, how has running for president changed as you watch this campaign and how quickly it has come together under these extraordinary circumstances?
Well, I think one of the things that's changed is the role of attention, because we do have digital media, different forms of organizing, and so it's become much more challenging to have a kind of consistent story that everybody's seeing at the same time. That's why organizing matters. It's why outreach to very different constituencies matters, and it's why we as a party have to be smart, as I believe the vice president has been, about beating back the crazy nonsense that comes from Donald Trump every day. Today it was attacking people who won the Medal of Honor. I'm sure tomorrow will be something else. Dealing with that, condemning it, but then swiftly returning to the actual topic at hand, which is not about the personalities of the candidates. It's about the lives of everyday Americans.
Well, speaking about Donald Trump, there was a lot said when Joe Biden was the presumptive nominee that there was a discipline that the Democrats were seeing in the Trump campaign and in Trump himself. Many argue he seems to be having trouble focusing on the line of attack against Kamala Harris. Are you worried the other Donald Trump will come back, the more disciplined candidate?
Well, certainly what we've seen right now is a pretty chaotic Trump campaign, but I actually think there's a bit of a strategy in the crazy things that he's blurting out, and it's that he doesn't want us talking about his actual agenda or his actual results. His unpopular agenda of continuing to demolish a woman's right to choose, tax cuts for the rich, all of the other things that are in Project 2025, and his really problematic results. Part of what we have to remind the American people of, the fact that crime was higher under Donald Trump than it is today, the fact that manufacturing jobs were in a recession under Donald Trump compared to what it is today, the fact that even energy production, something conservatives talk about a lot, was lower under Donald Trump. It's higher today. So whether we're talking about results or whether we're talking about unpopular policies, he can't afford for the conversation to be about that, which is why he wants it to be about whatever crazy thing he blurts out tomorrow.
Secretary Buttigieg is good to talk to. I think you like Pete?
Yeah, I can't go by Secretary while I'm on air in this capacity, so fair to just call me Pete this time.
All right. Well, thanks. Good to have you here. Thanks so much
for having
your time. Well, still ahead this evening, tonight's biggest speeches, including the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and a historic keynote address from President Biden, his message to the nation as he passes the torch to Vice President Harris. Much more live from the DNC in Chicago right after this. Welcome back to our special coverage of the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Soon here at the DNC, we'll hear from the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, who will pay tribute to her husband's decades-long career in Democratic politics. Then we'll hear from President Biden himself as he makes his case for Vice President Harris less than a month after he stepped aside as the Democratic nominee. But for now, Texas Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is on the stage. Let's listen.
Listen, y'all, he's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under sunny skies.
to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the farm bill. She's lived the American dream
been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work, and who has delivered the results. And
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Can we count on you?
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Public defender.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Criminal defense as well as practice civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say. I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I."
I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
That was Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett speaking to the crowd here. I want to go spend some time with Kelly O'Donnell right now. Kelly, I don't know what the best seat in the House is, but you may have it, your view there. Show us what you got.
We are above the podium, and so from this vantage point, we've been able to feel what the speakers are feeling, and that has been a rush of different emotions through the night. We've been able to see the signs when they are going up and enforcing what all of the different speakers have been saying, and we're also watching the different generations here with Congresswoman Crockett, part of the younger, very social media savvy members of the Democratic Party, and of course we know this night will build toward President Biden, an elder statesman who will finally embrace that transition candidate that he said at one point he thought he might be, and tonight he does become that. The emotions of this party have been on a wild ride for several months, from the period where we saw that there was real worry and concern in the party, and then this change that's now been embraced. And tonight, part of what we're seeing is the nostalgia of coming back to Hillary Clinton, who was trying to make the case against Donald Trump in a revised and renewed way post-2016. And we've been hearing from some of the friends of President Biden. We also know that behind the scenes, he has been visiting with some of his longest supporters from Delaware who flew in for tonight. He's been meeting privately with some of the leadership of the Democratic National Convention as this party will build toward him. Nostalgia for sure, respect, and a transition to go forward by first acknowledging Joe Biden's contributions, his life story, and the decision he made, faithful for him and certainly for his party, to make a change at a time when so many in the country said they wanted to see change and when there is so much at stake. He will talk about defending democracy in 2020 and that it can be done again. He will link his policies to his vice president, and he will make the case that she is the right person to go forward, along with Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who we've been watching, enjoying this night. He had made the rounds today to the various caucuses. Also Douglas Emhoff, the, of course, husband of Kamala Harris, and his two children have been here. So we've seen a sense of the family. We've seen a sense of the emotion, the energy, and the hopes of the Democratic Party on this first night, when it has been some of its most prominent figures, and an emotional send-off that will come tonight for Joe Biden as he embraces this crowd, feels the emotion that we know is building, and tells his story at least one more time before his own party. So, Lester, that's what we're seeing from this room, where you get a sense of how Democrats are coming together, and the emotion they're feeling is pushing toward the pinnacle of tonight, which is President Joe Biden. Lester?
Yeah, Kelly, thanks. You mentioned Tim Walz. Our friend Jacob Soboroff got to get a few questions into the Minnesota governor and vice presidential candidate. Jacob joining us now from the floor. What did he tell you?
Lester, good evening. Governor Walz is sitting on what would basically be the half-court line if this was a Chicago Bulls game. We ventured up to his box to try to chat with him briefly about how he was feeling in advance of President Biden speaking tonight. Take a look at what he had to say.
So I'll continue sharing our...
How you feeling, sir? We're excited. It's a pretty important night for Democrats tonight to honor Joe Biden, and I think Wynn and I, the kids, are excited to be here. Could you ever imagine a night like this, to be here and to be with the second gentleman, to be with your wife, and to be potentially on the verge of becoming the next vice president of the United States? I don't know. Doesn't every public school teacher imagine being here? No. It's a privilege. It's an honor. And I can tell you this ticket, feeling that energy, just a privilege. I'll leave you alone, but you were in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania over the weekend. You feel like you guys are going to take Pennsylvania? Oh, absolutely. I said the energy out there and to be with those high school kids, to see what that means, exciting. Governor, thank you very much. Nice to talk to you. Nice to see you as well.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
A night to honor President Joe Biden, the President of the United States, as he passes the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris and potentially himself as
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
A little bit of a window into what he's experiencing tonight, Lester.
Jacob Soboroff, thanks very much. And right now, the subject of reproductive
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Where they're positioning that now is part of the overall theme we're looking at tonight.
Front and center, because it is one of the issues.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Outperforms former President Trump by a quite handy margin, and it's an issue that Democrats think is going to be mobilizing to voters come November. In fact, some recent polling shows that 25% of Americans say this is the most important issue to them, behind the economy and inflation, behind immigration, to be clear, but Democrats see an opportunity here. I want to tell folks what we're seeing on stage. These are some very personal stories from everyday Americans as the campaign, as the Democrats have framed it here, about pregnancies, about what abortion access means to them, and about how important the issue of reproductive rights is. What's so part of what is at play here, at the new dynamic now with the Harris-Walz campaign as opposed to the Biden-Harris campaign, is the way that I think there is a sense that both Vice President Harris and Governor Walz can be messengers on this issue in a way that President Biden chose not to. You look at, for example, you just saw Jacob talking with Governor Walz, his wife sitting next to him. She just today is sharing very intimate and personal details about her infertility journey and what she and Governor Walz went through in trying to get pregnant, an issue that may have real resonance with voters who have struggled with the same kind of thing.
And Kristen, this is a subject that former President Trump usually responds to, saying it's a state's issue. Let the states handle it. In fact, it's going to be on the ballot in November in several places.
It's going to be on the ballot right now in 8 different states, potentially 3 others. You're absolutely right. Former President Donald Trump, of course, appointed the 3 conservative Supreme Court justices who made it possible to overturn Roe v. Wade. So he's walking this fascinating, delicate, fine line of trying to say, look, it's a states' rights issue now, but at the same time, really trying to pivot and saying, I don't think the issue of abortion is going to be a big deal in this election. The reality is, how he lays out the poll numbers seems to be quite different, particularly, Lester, if you go back to the midterms, if you go back to some of the special elections that we have covered time and time again. It has been energizing, and the results show that reproductive rights has been energizing for Democratic voters, and that is what Democrats are banking on in this election as well. Vice President Kamala Harris has been the really lead messenger, if you think about it, in the Biden administration on this topic. She's traveled from state to state where reproductive rights are being threatened. And she's making the case that if she were to be elected, she would enshrine it federally. Now, of course, that's incredibly difficult. There just aren't the votes in Congress for that right now. You heard Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas, which has a total ban on abortion, some of the most restrictive rights in abortion. Talk about that issue tonight. It is clear that this issue is going to continue to be front and center.
And that's exactly what they're talking about right now. Tom Yamas is actually on the floor right now. Tom, we're hearing the mood of the crowd change as this subject is fully explored. We're beginning to hear some of these stories. I say beginning. They've heard many of them before. Give us a read on the crowd there, Tom.
to introduce.
Yeah, Lester, it's incredibly full right now, as you can imagine. It's more than, I'd say, standing room only. As you can see, we try to walk around here. It's incredibly hard to navigate. People are sort of listening to this speech as Governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear's about to take the stage. But you can see basically how many people are here, standing room only. A lot of people looking forward to this speech from the Kentucky governor. No, it's all right. It's all right.
Waiting to hear from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. He is taking the stage next. Popular two-term Democratic governor in a red state, also named as a possible VP choice. And he is now going to speak. The crowd yelling Andy.
I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. JD Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
You came in shortly before his remarks and now there to hear from the...
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Senator Raphael Warnock being brought to the stage.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 65. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Hello, America.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
On January 5th,
here's our 7-day outlook.
The people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment and stand up for the best in the American covenant? Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America.
Currently in our area, 51 degrees under clear skies.
She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you. We are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris,
our daily planner,
and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
On women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Forward on worker rights. Because most people do not mind working.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Access to health care. We are moving forward.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock stirring this crowd to its feet, speaking praise for Kamala Harris, but also for President Biden. We'll be hearing from shortly. This is in many ways his night. We're going to hear from the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, first, and then the President would follow. But next, we'll hear one of the oldest friends of the President, Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our President, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class.
Currently in our area, 51 degrees under clear skies.
Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf
Our
of
daily
our
planner,
nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
We love Joe. We love Joe.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a ½ inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Somewhat of a love letter to Joe Biden, who we'll hear from shortly. The First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, is about to take the stage first. She will.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
President Biden. We will also expect to hear from their daughter, Ashley, all part of tonight's tribute to him in Chicago.
I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment. And last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started.
And I'm joined again by Kristen and Howie. It is hard to believe that just a few weeks ago, the Democratic Party was searching for its soul. It was overrun by despondent, worried attitudes about where this party was going.
When we were all gathered to cover the Republican National Convention, we continued to remark on how unified Republicans felt. And the big question was, would Democrats be unified? How could they be, given their concerns about President Biden? Now what we are seeing is a party that is unified around this new ticket, around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And I think the question is, are they just energized by the prospect of winning, or are they also energized by Kamala Harris? We'll know more at the end of this week.
And of course, the woman we're about to hear from, the First Lady, in the innermost circle in that decision-making process, Lester, as President Biden decided to withdraw from that race.
And here is Dr. Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. when he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris, with faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Much of the crowd holding Jill signs. Up next from the DNC, we're going to hear from President Biden's daughter, Ashley. She's the president's youngest child.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under clear skies.
On this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to
our daily planner.
How he believed in his sister. And most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
That dad, who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who...
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Emotional moment between father and daughter as the time approaches for tonight's keynote address from President Biden. A remarkable scene here in Chicago in a convention hall that was supposed to be his big stage. Instead, Kamala Harris, destined to be the party's nominee, but not before this love letter, this adoration toward President Biden is sent from this crowd.
Thank you. Thank you.
Being felt by President Biden now as he sees this crowd.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
better.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under clear skies.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with
our daily planner,
our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
The beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic.
historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter is past. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies.
to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
Our daily planner.
And because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record
Tuesday, cloudy skies. High 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late. Low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
We both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription costs can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised infrastructure week, every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line. And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing...
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies.
We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic,
Our daily planner.
states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with business in the communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Over $15 billion for HBCUs. Minority service engine, including Hispanic institutions.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they can get married.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Transformed how our economy grows. From the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family. 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and they acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love, and your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court.
Currently in our area, 47 degrees under fair skies.
A symbol for air every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks.
Our daily planner.
We have many obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud that written and signed.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam
Tuesday, cloudy skies. High 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late. Low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
A surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country, he called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, dealing with my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security in the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. Thank you. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved.
Currently in our area, 46 degrees under fair skies.
More. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000.
Our daily planner.
We have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase their taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your vote, your right to vote.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Nationwide. Oh, he will. You know.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
They possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Walz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost.
Emergency update. All evacuation orders for St. John's have been lifted as of 7:20 p.m.
On day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harris and Walz has ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote.
Emergency update. All evacuation orders for St. John's have been lifted as of 7:20 p.m.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Speech that was largely a litany of accomplishments, getting personal near the end. The president saying, for 50 years I have given my heart and soul.
Currently in our area, 46 degrees under clear skies.
First Lady Dr. Jill Biden joining him at the podium, celebrating that speech. The president delivering the keynote address here at the Democratic National Convention, talking about his decision to drop out of the race, making his case for Vice President Kamala Harris and against former President Trump. Kristen Walker, Hallie Jackson joining me here in the anchor booth as we continue to watch Kamala Harris now greeting the president. Truly a passing of the torch occurring on the stage. Kristen, jump in here. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is the moment here. President Biden embracing his Vice President Kamala Harris, as he quite literally does pass the torch to her to take over the top of the ticket. We are witnessing a dramatic and extraordinary moment.
Our daily planner.
History, Lester, when you think about the fact that President Biden delivered this speech when just 4 weeks ago he thought he would be the one accepting his party's nomination. And tonight he instead delivered a forceful call to action, urging Democrats, urging the country to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. He talked about why
tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Which we have heard him talk about so often, a fight for the soul of the nation. And then he talked about some of what he sees as his biggest accomplishments, helping to pull the country out of the pandemic.
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
He spoke for more than 45 minutes, making this speech tonight longer than his 2020 acceptance speech.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
President Kamala Harris on stage. A month ago, this would have been the last night of the Democratic National Convention. This would have been the Thursday night.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Instead, it is anything but. It is a Democratic race that is reimagined. As you see the family here on stage and those little waves.
Hallie,
you see Kamala Harris taking the mantle from President Biden, Lester.
It didn't, maybe I'm wrong, it didn't feel like a farewell speech. It felt more like a State of the Union.
He's not trying to say goodbye forever, Lester. He's still got time in office, and he made that very clear.
And he wants to be a volunteer for this campaign.
Yeah, he's still got work to do. And talking with people close to him, he is going to be a presence on the campaign trail to the degree that the campaign wants him to, as you're looking at him, still on stage, by the way, basking in this ovation. An emotional moment, not just for him, but for so many of his friends and allies, Lester. A 4-minute and 23-second ovation for President Biden when he walked on stage. And now here he is taking in these moments, if not a goodbye, Lester, at least a swan song and maybe the last sort of huge speech of his political career.
Tom Yamas no doubt has a read on how this crowd took it in from down on the floor. Tom?
Hey, Lester, I'll tell you this. It was an incredibly long speech, but the crowd here in Chicago was hanging on to the president's every word. You can see the signs, "We love Joe," whosever idea that was, in the Democratic Party. Was pretty brilliant because it's created some very memorable shots here at this convention. Supporters all throughout the Union Center right here, the United Center, carrying those signs up. And again, I got to tell you, I mean, every part of that speech, the people here in this convention hall were supporting Joe Biden. They were clapping. There were people crying. There were people cheering. And again, at the end, I mean, when he wrapped that speech up with those lyrics from the song, you could hear everything. There are a small number of protesters. They have sort of gathered around me right now as we started this. But I would say they're a very, very, very minuscule part of this convention right now. It's a tiny population of people that are protesting right now. They're obviously protesting the war in Gaza and the U.S.'s role in that. But for the most part, there's joy, there's celebration on this floor. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
And as Hallie knows, this is night one of the Democratic National Convention. Our coverage continues from Chicago right after this break. Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention here on NBC. We just heard President Biden's keynote address. The president making a forceful case for why he wants Vice President Harris to take on former President Trump. A historic speech, really unlike anything we've seen in modern American history, with the president appearing on stage with Harris to pass the torch. We want to bring back our panel here. And Kristen, give us a sense what to watch for now. This was obviously a huge speech. This is night one. How does this mesh with what we're going to see over the next 3 nights?
It is incredible to think this is night one. President Biden and the First Lady will now go to California. They'll watch the rest of this convention on TV. Like the rest of us, we are going to hear from the biggest names, the biggest stars in the Democratic Party, including former President Barack Obama, former President Bill Clinton. I am told that former President Obama will view this as an all-hands-on-deck moment. That's going to be his call to action. And then, of course, we're going to be hearing from Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz, a chance for him to introduce himself to the American public. Of course, he's a teacher. He's a coach. He'll talk, I am told, in deeply personal tones. And then, of course, the big night, Thursday night, when we hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. My big question for that night, what I'll be watching for, does she build on and echo everything we heard from President Biden tonight, or does she find ways to carve out a separate path, a new path from a policy perspective and also from her vision for the future?
Yeah, the platform here was completed before she came on board, so her fingerprints really aren't on that. So we will find out more about what her thinking is. Hallie?
To Kristen's point here, this is a moment for Kamala Harris to define who she is. People know her, of course, as the vice president, but not as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. And so as one campaign source put it to me, the function of this week is to make that clear to the American public who exactly she is. So we'll be watching for her to do that with the speeches now really turning to focus on Kamala Harris. So many, look at the signage in the hall about Joe Biden. Thank you, Joe. We love you, Joe. That will likely shift throughout the course of this week to focus more on the vice president herself. It's also been notable, very emotional for President Biden tonight. You saw him wiping away tears even before he opened his mouth to begin his remarks tonight as he hugged his daughter who introduced him there. Very resonant for him at this moment. But as much as tonight was a love letter to Joe Biden in many ways, Lester, as you've been saying, you also saw Donald Trump as the piñata here. You saw a number of Democrats going after him repeatedly in sharp terms of a departure from the sort of famous Michelle Obama line, when they go low, we go high. They went after him in attacking his policies and his positions here. The former president himself is on a battleground blitz this week. He is in a number of key swing states in what is the busiest week of his campaign so far, looking to cast Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as too liberal for the American people. But even as Mr. Trump's allies want to see him focus on policy and focus on that record, he is in many ways not doing that, instead going after her in deeply personal terms, Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander, tell us where you were watching all this and what you saw.
Lester, I tell you, there are thousands of Democrats who are going home tonight exhilarated, but perhaps exhausted as well. And before we go, there's also time for one quick fact check. The former president, Donald Trump, repeatedly saying that President Biden would tonight try to reclaim the party's nomination. Clearly, that did not happen. Instead, not only heaping praise on Kamala Harris, but helping celebrate the things that the two of them accomplished together. Lester, back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. That concludes our coverage of the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Join Savannah Guthrie and me tomorrow for the second night. That's tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. We'll also have a full wrap-up tomorrow on Today and on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, and good night from Chicago.
Tonight from Chicago, history in the making. Vice President Kamala Harris shatters a barrier. The first woman of color to win the nomination of a major American party.
And in this packed arena tonight, a show of force and unity on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Our special coverage starts right now.
The Democratic Party making it official.
The next president, Kamala Harris.
After Vice President Kamala Harris secures the Democratic nomination for President of the United States.
Former President Barack Obama, one of the most popular Democrats in the country, takes the spotlight tonight to throw his support behind Harris.
As the Vice President mounts a historic bid to break another barrier and become the next president.
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Currently in our area, 46 degrees under clear skies.
The Democratic National Convention.
20,000 people inside this arena right now. Democrats fired up, rallying around their new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The party projecting unity heading into the final stretch of the presidential campaign.
Tonight's theme from the DNC, looking forward, branding the evening as a bold vision for America's future. And moments ago, a roll call with a soundtrack. Each state pledging their delegates, with the DNC DJ here hyping up the crowd, and Harris's home state of California putting her officially over the top.
California, we proudly pass our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
A celebratory roll call in the last hour. Harris filling 2 arenas, surprising her supporters in Chicago from a rally in Milwaukee, about an hour and a half up the road, with a massive crowd in the same arena where Donald Trump held his convention last month.
Our daily planner.
This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
Notably, the DNC also shining a spotlight on former Trump supporters who are now backing Harris, including Donald Trump's former press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who said he mocks his own supporters behind closed doors.
Well, in a matter of
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and tonight's closing speaker, former President Barack Obama. So for more on a busy night ahead, we want to bring in
Tuesday, cloudy skies, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Party atmosphere here at the DNC tonight, and how interesting. It was certainly purposeful that Kamala Harris.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
In Chicago.
Absolutely. The optics tell the tale here, Savannah and Lester. That arena.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Filled to capacity. Kamala Harris creating her own split screen of sorts, campaigning in a critical battleground state, the very same venue where Donald Trump held his convention just a few weeks ago, and really trying to make the case that we've got the energy, we've got the unity. Remember when we were covering the Republican National Convention, we talked about the unity that was on display. We wondered if Democrats would be able to match it. Well, they are trying to send the signal that, yes, we are unified around Kamala Harris. Last night was about officially passing the torch, President Biden officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight is really when the convention becomes hers, and you are seeing that play out in a range of different ways. We are going to hear from the Obamas and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, and I want to ask Hallie about that. We're learning so much about the vice president now, seeing the different light, including some of the relationships and friendships, and we're going to see that in the form of Barack Obama tonight.
That is what she has, Lester, with the Obamas, is a friendship, a personal friendship that goes back years, that goes back decades here. If the relationship between former President Obama and his then running mate, President Biden, can perhaps be described as complicated, it is different here for Vice President Harris and her relationship with the Obamas. Remember, this goes back to the early days of his first campaign for the White House. She was an early endorser of his. She came out when a lot of the Democratic institution was not backing Barack Obama. She knocked on doors for him on New Year's Eve in 2007 in frigid Iowa, and that is something that has not been forgotten. More recently, the former President Obama has acted as a kind of advisor to the vice president as she has taken on now the top of the Democratic ticket and moved forward here in her push to win the White House. What's been interesting as we've been at this convention and as I'm talking with delegates and other Democrats, you know what there's a lot of comparisons to? 2008 and the energy and the vibe and the momentum that was around Barack Obama. And I'm asking folks, okay, do you feel that now? You feel that momentum already? And they're thinking, and they're telling me, we think we can get there. So the question for the former president tonight, I'm told he's going to make the case for Kamala Harris and make the case against former President Trump. How does he differentiate the Biden agenda from the Harris agenda? We'll watch.
The big question looming over all of this is whether this energy, this newfound energy in the Democratic Party and unity can be sustained for the long haul. We want to get down to the floor. I just want to mention as a programming note, our intention tonight is to play most of the programming that you're going to see and will not cut away to a commercial break. That is the plan. So just so you know, you're not going to be missing the programming. Let me quickly go to Tom Yamas, though, down on the floor, because it was interesting. Last night it went very, very late, well past midnight, and the Democratic National Convention organizers heard that and are trying to tighten things up.
It was her dream
Yeah, Savannah, it's very brave of you to talk about a plan because I don't know if they're going to follow the plan tonight. As you mentioned, last night the event was supposed to end around maybe 11:15, maybe 11:30. It went well past midnight. The DNC has spoken to the television networks and to others are saying this night is much more scripted. So far, it has gone as planned, and I will tell you, it has been an incredible night so far. Why? They had this virtual roll call where they essentially made the ticket official, the Harris-Walz ticket official. They had rapper Lil Jon running up and down the aisles right here, singing "Turn Down for What." They had each state doing their own unique roll call for them. It was quite the night, quite incredible. Everyone getting ready for former President Obama tonight. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, the DJ in the house kind of livened things up during that celebratory roll call. Right now, we are listening to Angela Also Brooks, the Democratic nominee for the Senate. Let's listen to some of her remarks.
I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders will get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything. Not the future, and certainly not that man.
Currently in our area, 45 degrees under clear skies.
Belongs in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing
Our daily planner.
my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America. Faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share. Faith that we...
Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 37. Winds light and variable.
For the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's all
Tuesday, cloudy. High 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late. Low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
By Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
We've been listening to Angela Also Brooks, the keynote speaker for night 2 of the convention. It's also Maryland's Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in a tight race right now with the Republican Governor Larry Hogan there. And coming up next, this is the Republican mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles, part of the DNC's focus on Republicans breaking with Trump.
I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult. The cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
A warm welcome for Governor Giles, who came out and basically said the grand old party has been hijacked, and really making an appeal to those in the center. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor right now. What was the reaction, Peter?
Well, Lester, hard to give an instant reaction to that, though there's certainly a lot of applause. But I've been struck by not just the electricity, it's almost battery-powered here. They've all been wearing those Taylor Swift-like bracelets that light up throughout the night. As we've been talking to people like those here from Illinois, Barack Obama's home state, there's just a ton of energy. As one Democrat described it to me tonight, it's like the Democrats were mourning a loss not long ago, and now they're celebrating a success with only 77 days to go. I'm here with Dwayne from Delaware very quickly. That roll call tonight, you haven't seen one of those in 20 years. What was special about it that made it so memorable?
Oh my gosh, the energy in the room. Every state had its own dynamic. We had Little John coming in, Lil John coming in, turn out for Walz is what we're doing.
And to be clear, you think the party, the Democrats have found new energy going forward?
Oh my God, this is amazing. You never felt anything like it in this room.
He's not alone in those feelings right now, and as evidenced by this place being packed and that other arena about a couple hours away, Fiserv Forum, being packed tonight as well. The Democrats here are showing their stripes. Lester, Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you. Up next from the DNC, the program is going to focus on IVF, which, of course, has become part of the national conversation as part of a larger conversation about reproductive rights. We're going to be hearing now from the Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who will take the stage momentarily. And, of course, this is a major focus of the Democratic Party. Always, even before Kamala Harris was on board, was assumed to be one of their, what they will play as a strength. And here comes the senator now.
America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. And they will come for IVF next. And they'll prosecute doctors. And they will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and we're at it out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare JD Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endangered the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids.
Currently in our area, 45 degrees under clear skies.
Their willingness to serve. It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois speaking not as she often does of her military experience and the wounds she suffered in war, but which she said was a far more grievous wound, which was the infertility that resulted. And of course, reproductive rights, abortion, all of these topics are potent topics for the Democrats, have been very successful topics for them in prior midterm elections in 2022. And now as I turn to you, Hallie Jackson, clearly this is an issue that Kamala Harris had
our daily planner,
her own as vice president, and they are carrying this woman so crucial to her election fortunes in November.
Democrats see this as hugely mobilizing, especially when you look at, for example, where the gender gap is, anywhere from 10 to 20 points. When you look at the polling and when you look at the numbers, this is an issue where Vice President Harris leads former President Trump well outside the margin of error, according to the most recent polling, something like 45 to 33% as far as
tonight. A few passing clouds, low 37. Winds light and variable.
Talked about various things that are important to their constituents. You heard about reproductive rights and the issue of abortion access again and again. And of course, these very personal stories like what we just heard from Senator Duckworth.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Because Governor Walz referred to it as IVF when it's IUI, a different procedure. The Harris campaign says, listen, everybody kind of knew what he was talking about here.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall around a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Considers it what the legacy of the repeal of Roe v. Wade will be.
Absolutely. This is the first presidential
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Was overturned. And look at what we have seen in the midterms. We know that the issue of abortion was a motivating factor in special elections in recent years. It's been an energizing factor for Democrats. Abortion is now on the ballot in 8 different states, potentially 3 more. Democrats want to capitalize on that. So yes, we just heard from Tammy Duckworth. We are going to be hearing a whole lot about this topic.
And we know that, of course, the Republicans, well, Donald Trump in particular, considers this to be one of the issues that they are very vulnerable on. And for the first time ever, the Republican platform in a generation, at least, did not call for a nationwide abortion ban. So he's trying to soften this stance. On the one hand, saying, taking credit on the record for overturning Roe v. Wade, appointing the justices who made that a reality, but then saying, oh, it's now up to the states.
And here's where the real issue comes in, because Democrats say if he's elected, he's going to try to enforce a federal ban. Donald Trump has said, no, he's not going to do that. But that's where the battle lines are being drawn. That's where the fight's going to
I just want to mention that we're waiting right now. We promised you the programming, and we will be getting you right back to it. And the next thing we're going to hear from is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman who has the potential to be the first gentleman of the United States. And he'll be talking about the Kamala Harris that he knows and married 10 years ago.
Defining not just who he is to an audience to whom he is simply the second gentleman at the moment, but also who his wife is. And watch for him to really try to humanize her. We have seen the introduction from his son, Cole Emhoff, in which he describes learning about Kamala Harris as Mamala, how she becomes that sort of mother figure in their lives, somebody who is a part of their family here. When you look at this moment overall, as we talk about defining who these folks are, who these candidates and their spouses are, the state of the race is very different than it was just a month ago. Kamala Harris is doing better in polling than President Biden did against former President Trump. What happens over the next 70 days, we'll see.
And this will get back to the idea of blended families, and for America to see blended families, perhaps through a new set of eyes.
Absolutely. A significant theme, particularly with JD Vance, saying that Democrats aren't focused enough on family.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, having his moment in Chicago.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, People have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under fair skies.
8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at
our daily planner
contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds light and variable.
As our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver.
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart.
Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 16, effective until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday. This watch includes the following county: Chautauqua, Kansas. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
Belief in honest and direct leadership, and it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come,
severe thunderstorm watch number 16, effective until 3 a.m. Tuesday. This watch includes the following counties: Reno and Stafford. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds, both in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under fair skies.
Wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. Anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division,
our daily planner
that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
Yeah. Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 37. Winds light and variable.
But, to be honest, I am realizing that until recently,
Tuesday, cloudy, high 64. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
The same feelings, is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 57. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
My own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was
here's our 7-day outlook.
My mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. Something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under fair skies.
To distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. The job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs.
County in western Oklahoma, eastern Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma, Custer County in western Oklahoma, Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma, Beckham County in western Oklahoma, until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 9:23 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Camargo to 3 miles southwest of Hammond to 4 miles northwest of Delhi, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Reetrup, Delhi, Sayre, Leedy, Hugmeg, Stafford, Strong City, Foss Reservoir, Taloga, Oakwood, Carter, Angora, Vici, Sealing, Morewood, Burns Flat, Butler, Sestos, Arapahoe, and Thomas. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
From anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. Do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. Not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher. Yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Currently in our area, 43 degrees under clear skies.
Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight. One more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce some.
Johnson, Love and Marshall, and Cook, Texas. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
Full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris.
Tuesday, cloudy skies. High 63. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Raise the bar for what is to come from her husband.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late. Low 58. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Service has issued Tornado Watch number 17, effective until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday. This watch includes the following counties in Oklahoma: Carter, Jefferson, and Love, and the following counties in Texas: Cook and Montague. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
To elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you.
Until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday. This watch includes the following counties in Oklahoma: Beckham, Blaine, Caddo, Custer, Dewey, Roger Mills, and Washita. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country
Service has issued Tornado Watch number 17, effective until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday. This watch includes the following counties in Oklahoma: Alfalfa, Blaine, Garfield, Grant, Kingfisher, Logan, and Major. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
Who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
Tornado Watch number 17, effective until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday. This watch includes the following counties in Oklahoma: Caddo, Comanche, Cotton, Grady, Kiowa, Stevens, and Tillman. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain: Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president?
Currently in our area, 43 degrees under clear skies.
The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life.
Our daily planner.
And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just...
Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 38. Winds light and variable.
It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale.
Tuesday, cloudy skies. High 63. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Rumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and
Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, western Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 9:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles west of Winoka to 5 miles southeast of Quinlan to 3 miles northeast of Sestos, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Chester, Hopeton, Avard, Winoka, Mutual, Alva, Bouse Junction, Quinlan, and Orion. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
Fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president.
Currently in our area, 43 degrees under clear skies.
Yes, you can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids.
Our daily planner.
Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world
Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 38. Winds light and variable.
Is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please.
Tuesday, cloudy skies. High 63. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do?
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
If you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
They'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. How we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, western Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 9:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles west of Winoka to 5 miles southeast of Quinlan to 3 miles northeast of Sestos, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Chester, Hopiton, Avard, Winoka, Mutual, Alva, Bouse Junction, Quinlan, and Orion. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
These past few months, because as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom.
Currently in our area, 42 degrees under clear skies.
I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way.
Our daily planner.
Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 38. Winds light and variable.
Who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s.
Tuesday, overcast, high 63. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Who through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over the family's heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, are bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
A remarkable 1-2 punch from former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama to an energized hometown crowd here in Chicago. The former president not only paying tribute to his former running mate and now President Biden, but both Obamas making forceful cases for Vice President Harris, directly going after former President Trump, not holding back. In many ways, you could argue, Savannah, that what we heard from Barack Obama there was really, at times, while going after Trump, really an appeal to the middle.
These were two different speeches, and yet they were bookends to an argument for a return to American ideal that the Obamas argued has been lost in our recent politics. Michelle Obama started out by saying, hope is making a comeback. Of course, Barack Obama was the candidate.
County in western Oklahoma, eastern Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma, Custer County in western Oklahoma, eastern Beckham County in western Oklahoma, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:09 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 3 miles southwest of Foss Reservoir to near Carter, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Arapahoe, Retrup, Stafford, Foss, Canute, Foss Reservoir, Elk City, Carter, Clinton, Custer City, Burns Flat, Butler, Deal City, and Sentinel. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
That fit together to tell that bigger picture story. And what was so interesting here in listening to them is that it feels like this moment right now cements the difference in strategy going after Donald Trump between President Biden and Vice President Harris. President Biden made the case for years, really, that former President Trump was a threat to democracy, casting him as almost this sort of ominous figure looming over American democracy. In some ways, you could argue making him seem almost larger than life. The Harris-Walz strategy, in many ways, Tim Walz, the architect of this, is to say, wait a second, Donald Trump's not large. They say he's in fact small. He's weird. He's annoying. He's a whiner. He's a loser, trying to take away that power from him as they make the case against him.
Let's not forget, a lot of this was directed at Democrats and hand-wringing. We heard it really explicitly from Michelle Obama, and then her husband kind of picked up on that theme.
From both of them, really. There was a message to, we always say, and we talk about this a lot at conventions, there's an audience in the room, and then there's an audience watching at home. Millions of people in prime time. You're delivering a message to both. But they both had a message to Democrats. And from Michelle Obama, it was stop trying to hold these candidates to an impossible ideal of perfection.
Currently in our area, 42 degrees under clear skies.
Politics. Former President Obama had a message to almost the citizenry of the Democratic Party saying, don't hold supporters of the former President Trump to that standard either. Let's give each other a little bit of grace as citizens here. So it was fascinating to see how the interplay between these.
Well, it's interesting, too, in this larger sense. Yes, President Biden has been talking about the threat to democracy, but the other side of that was what we heard from the Obamas, which is why democracy is something worth fighting for, what our better angels were, what this restoration is that they're talking about. So we're going to take a break right here. We have a lot more to cover from the Democratic National.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma, Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Hardeman County in northern Texas until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:12 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles north of Willow to 3 miles north of Gould to 6 miles southwest of Kirkland, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Brinkman, Hester, Mangum, Duke, McQueen, Granite, Goodwood, Willow, Gulf, Hollis, McKnight, Altus Lugard Lake, and Lone Wolf. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
The convention floor, getting a sense of how this landed with that crowd. Peter.
Yeah, Lester and Savannah, what struck me, among other things, is how the Obamas sort of lent some of their language and their energy to Kamala Harris, saying hope is making a comeback. You heard from Michelle Obama, do something. The crowd repeated that, something you might hear along the way. And from President Obama tonight, he had a little smile on his face when the crowd picked on Yes, We Can and said, yes, she can. That's something I already am hearing from some campaign officials they think may stick going forward. William is from California. Rate it, 1 to 10. How was it?
I thought it was a 10 out of 10 speech. I was so moved by President Obama and all the speakers tonight. It really infused me with hope. Growing up,
we're going to let you head on your way. I just want to make sure we get it back to them on the way. The debate tonight from these guys, which Obama did better, Michelle or Barack? Back to you guys.
Yeah, a lot of conversations taking place at this table and many others about what we witnessed tonight. We're going to take a break. When we come back, what to expect tomorrow from the DNC as the new Democratic ticket prepares to address the nation. More from Chicago right after this. Welcome back to the DNC in Chicago. Our special coverage on the second night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. The crowd still energized, not eager to leave based on what we're seeing behind us after the biggest speech of the night from former President Obama. There are still 2 big nights ahead of us, with Tim Walz set to speak tomorrow and Vice President Harris's historic acceptance speech on Thursday. When you piece these together, you get a sense of the arc that the party is trying to put across this week.
Well, Monday night was about paying tribute, of course, to the current president, President Biden. We saw Barack Obama do that as well, his former vice president, and wanting to put a grace note there. There obviously was some difficult moments for the Democratic Party when we were sitting here a month ago at the Republican National Convention. There was so much torment within the Democratic Party. You could almost not have fathomed that a month later this would be a Democratic Party that has coalesced behind a candidate that has changed the poll numbers and momentum is on their side. But now, as these speakers were so quick and insistent to point out, so much work to be done, so much can change in this time, 75 days.
And the timeline is so compressed, despite some of these numbers that Democrats are looking at.
In Chicago, Democrats fired up. The new ticket officially set.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Vice President Kamala Harris picking Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. A popular two-term governor with a progressive record and a history of winning working-class voters. Kamala Harris! As Democrats look to hold on to critical Midwestern states.
Is he ready for his moment? And will his pitch work to win over the party and swing voters alike less than 3 months until Election Day?
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Everybody, good evening. Welcome to our special coverage of the third night of the Democratic National Convention.
Here in Chicago, thousands of Democrats, a lot of hype, the crowd rallying and partying to celebrate the new Democratic ticket. Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Well, tonight the DNC's theme is a fight for our freedoms. That word, freedom, a major theme for the Harris campaign and a frame for Democratic priorities they've been talking about this week, such as abortion access, voting rights, attacking gun violence.
This hour, we'll hear from more of the biggest names in Democratic politics, including former President Bill Clinton, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
It's a packed tonight. This was supposed to be a surprise, but it leaked out. Oprah Winfrey is in the building. We'll also hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. But tonight, it is all about Kamala Harris's running mate, the new Democratic nominee for Vice President, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
This is him earlier today preparing for his acceptance speech. In that speech, Walz will introduce himself to the country. He is set to highlight his experience growing up in a small town in Nebraska, serving in the National Guard, in Congress, and as governor, along with teaching and coaching football.
And if you're here for the music, they've got that too. John Legend and Sheila E. will perform tonight just before the governor's speech, leading a tribute to the late, great Prince, who is, of course, from Governor Walz's home state of Minnesota.
Stevie Wonder there a few minutes ago, right before we came on the air. For more of the night ahead, let's bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, start us off. Carve out what the vice president candidate has to do tonight.
The stakes could not be higher for Governor Tim Walz. This is the biggest test of his entire political career. He has got to introduce himself to the American public tonight. One recent poll showed 4 in 10 Americans are familiar with him, so he's got to show them who he is tonight. And the challenge is, and I think his goal will be, to showcase himself as a regular American, someone who is a former teacher, someone who also is a family man, someone who also served in the National Guard. I am told in talking to senior advisors with the campaign, this speech is going to be heavy on the biography. It's going to be light on the policy. It's really going to be about continuing to thread the story of who he is and what he and Vice President Kamala Harris will bring to the future if they are put in the White House. And it is going to be a full-throated endorsement and argument for Vice President Kamala Harris why she's best positioned to beat former President Donald Trump. Of course, he was picked because he appeals to, and they're hoping he'll appeal to, some of those critical swing state Midwestern voters.
The first speaker we're going to bring you live tonight is the House Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, and we will bring that to you live as we seek to cover as much of what's going on the floor behind me as possible. Let me bring Hallie Jackson into this. The other marquee name, well, Oprah. but it wouldn't be a Democratic National Convention if you didn't have a former president. Right. Monday, we had the President Joe Biden. Last night, the Obamas. And tonight, Bill Clinton, who actually received his nomination here for president, 1996 in Chicago in this very
Currently in our area, 42 degrees under clear skies.
Make his case for Kamala Harris. I had a chance to catch up with somebody very close to him who said, he's in the building. Apparently his daughter, Chelsea Clinton, her husband are coming. Is a bit of a surprise to the former president here. And he is going to try to lay out a positive case for Kamala Harris. We've been talking about this over the course of the last couple of nights, the nickname that he's the Secretary of Explaining Stuff. And he will try to explain what Kamala Harris can do on some of these issues that are really important to voters, the economy and inflation, on immigration. Don't expect it to be a super policy wonky speech, but it will likely be very kind of classic Bill Clinton here. The other big marquee names, of course, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Very interesting, given the dynamics that she is widely seen as one of the architects of the people who pressured President Biden to come off the ticket. And then Oprah in what is going to be a huge moment here in this arena. The Oprah factor is kind of undeniable. When you look back to 2008, there was a study done some 5 years later that showed she was responsible for something like 1 million votes.
Our daily planner.
President Barack Obama, of course.
That was a key moment in that campaign. Yes. She had never before endorsed a presidential candidate.
She had stayed away from politics rather explicitly because of the Oprah brand, what it meant at the time, what it still means to people. So it's going to be so fascinating to hear what she has to say and how she makes the case for somebody in Kamala Harris who would be, if she were elected president, historic here as the first woman president, the first black woman president, the first South Asian
Tonight,
woman
clear to
president
partly cloudy, low 38. Winds light and variable.
And by the way, before we go to the floor, a word about last night. The Obamas rocked this house, and Bill Clinton reportedly, according to NBC sources, ripped up his speech after seeing the energy.
Tuesday, overcast, high 63, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Senior national correspondent Tom Llamas, who is down on the convention floor. Tom, good evening.
Hey, Lester, great to be
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
Actress and comedian has taken the stage here. People are laughing. They're having a great time. As Savannah mentioned, the bar is very high. Just before
here's our 7-day outlook.
Rock this house plane higher ground. The place went crazy. We're in the Minnesota delegation right now because this is the stage. The man of the hour is here. Notice some of the red flannel here. And guys, this is why. This guy right here, he's the man of the hour. They have, everyone's got these signs. People in Minnesota can't get enough of him. But as we mentioned, the bar is high. The Obamas, they blew the roof off this place yesterday. You're going to have President Bill Clinton. But everyone I've talked to who knows Governor Walz says he is going to meet the moment, and they're all looking forward to his speech. Back to you guys.
And Kristen, we talk about introducing themselves to the American people. And the question of whether they'll get into policy, he'll get into policy or not, to deal with issues of where he is politically. He's been described as obviously very progressive. Is that something he will try to further explain?
Well, I think it's something he's going to have to explain to voters at some point. To what extent does he delve into it? I would not be surprised if he talked very proudly about the fact that he got universal school lunches, for example, in public schools in Minnesota. That's something that he's very proud of. Of course, he did sign in a law that provides people the right to have an abortion in his state. So he's very proud of that. He will talk about those things. He'll talk about the fact that he and his wife struggled with fertility issues. So I do think he'll talk about the pieces of his legacy that he feels very proud of and that appeal to those all-important moderate and independent voters. But again, I don't know that he's going to do a deep dive into policy tonight.
All right, we got Peter Alexander, our correspondent, also on the convention floor for us. Are people still talking about last night? What's the energy this evening?
Yep. They're talking about what they've already seen tonight. Savannah, Stevie Wonder, John Legend expected this evening. Abina Billups is here from historic Selma, Alabama. Last time he did one of these conventions, 2008. Does it even compare?
Oh, yes. It's electric. It's historic. I'm just happy to be here.
Enjoy it, Abina. Appreciate it. Back to you.
All right, Peter, let's listen to the House Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries.
And a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high-quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that. We're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and
Oklahoma, southwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma until 11:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:31 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Arapahoe, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and golf ball-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Greenville, Arapahoe, Thomas, Eagle City, Custer City, Oakwood, and Fay. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Storms, multiple tornado warnings are ahead of us, so we're going to see if we can't intercept this
Our daily planner.
storm near Cordell that is tornado warned currently. Back to you.
Okay, Connor, thank you so much. Let's go over to the links here and check it out. A lot of lightning with these as well, so we'll zoom on in to the tornado warning. Radar indicated here just to the northeast of Custer City. Rotation located right in through here, moving very quickly to the east-northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. So from basically the Custer City area, north and east.
Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 38. Winds light and variable.
Bay and Thomas, for you folks along Highway 33, it is heading your way. Tornado warning there in effect. Let's go down the line here, Tim, and check it out. Down the line, the other area rotation.
Tuesday, overcast, high 63. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Indicated right there. Radar indicated damaging straight line winds 70, 75 miles per hour. You can see a little bit of an S shape there.
Tuesday night, windy with rain late, low 58. Rainfall near a half an inch. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour.
West-southwest of the Weatherford area. Back over to Max 1 here. So the motion will take this very quickly to the east.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
The tornado warning now, not too far from Thomas. That's where that circulation is located. And here's your time of arrival for you folks ahead of that. So even if there's not a tornado, there's some damaging straight line winds of 70 to 75 miles per hour. Thomas, Watonga by 11:13, O'Keene by 11:33, the Loyal Omega area by 11:37. So coming out of Custer County into Blaine County, heads up for you folks. You're under a tornado watch ahead of this tornado warning, and this is now coming out of the Custer City area, very close to Highway 33 in the Fay Thomas area. And a rotation there is northeast of Custer City. Again, radar indicated rotation right there with that tornado warning. So also the other area very close to Bessie, tornado warning just east of Burns Flat, very close to Bessie, a little ways to the south of Clinton. Let's go to Eric Dixon, tracking that activity out there in western Oklahoma. There's Eric Dixon's live stream right there to the west of Oklahoma City, watching that activity come in from the west. Back over to radar. So these two areas, we have two tornado warnings in effect right now. This one coming out of the Ouachita County area, north of Cordell, very close to Bessie, and heading on up toward Weatherford, and then I-40 toward the Cherokee truck stop, and then Bridgeport, Hydro, and Red Rock. The radar indicated rotation there, very close to the Bessie area, and there's your time of arrival. So we're talking about near and north of Corn and Colony, Bessie there, and then Hydro, I-40 there, Hydro at 11:22. So that's your time of arrival, that radar indicated rotation right there. Two tornado warnings, and there's the small area of spin right there, and there's a bow to the configuration of the gust front, so damaging straight line winds of 70 miles per hour possible, but that's the reason for the tornado warning right there. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. He's tracking that activity now just to the west of Weatherford, tracking that on the I-40 area. Connor?
Yes, Mike, we are still heading west. We're starting to see some flashes of lightning in my shot now. We're coming right up on that squall line of storms with multiple embedded tornado warnings. We so far have not seen any features. It's just the line of rain and storms to our west. But again, we are west on 40, approaching this line of storms now. Back to you.
Okay, very good. If you're just now joining us here, Tornado Watch continues till 5 a.m. until 5 a.m. Let's go over to links here. Tim's got the rotation tracker up, and there's that area hot spot very close to Thomas right there. That's the rotation tracker. And this is the reason for the radar indicated tornado right here, moving out of the Custer County area, pretty much up Highway 33, Fay and Thomas, and then from there up toward Watonga. That little hot spot is the rotation tracker right there, showing a little bit of rotation right there. Radar indicated tornado warnings. Back over to Max 1. So if you're just now joining us here, 2 tornado warnings in progress. One is for northeastern Custer County, and the other one is for northern Ouachita County. And a line of severe storms here, basically from northern Custer down through Clinton on down to Hobart and Altus Lugert Lake, back down to west through north of Altus and east of Mangum right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings there. And the green is the tornado watch until 5 a.m. in the morning, and that does include the entire Oklahoma City metro. So upper level disturbance coming out right now, and the line is really lit up. The storms up in north central Oklahoma are now non-severe. They were severe earlier, but are now non-severe. Still tracking that area of rotation very close to Thomas, and then up here eventually up toward Watonga. You see the red polygon. That is the tornado warning polygon right there. And the motion is to the east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. So they're moving very quickly. So it won't take long for it to head out of Custer County over into Blaine County. So you're talking about O'Keene there and Loyal, and then eventually the Kingfisher area by about 11:47. The metro timeline looks to be 12:30 to 1:30 in the morning, with very fast motion there to the east-northeast. And again, that rotation is radar indicated there on that tornado warning. No confirmation of any tornadic activity on the ground, but radar indicated possible tornadoes and damaging straight line winds of 70 to 75 miles per hour. Down the line here, the other area of rotation is north of Bessie and just to the south of Clinton now. That appears to have weakened just a bit, but it's going to be coming through the Clinton area. A lot of heavy rain and a lot of very intense cloud-to-ground lightning, a bunch of lightning with this activity. And there's your time of arrival. Eventually Weatherford there as we head toward 11:10 this evening for you folks out here to the west on I-40. It's pretty much a solid wall of water, and that rotation there is very close to Bessie right in through here. That's for the radar indicated possible tornadic activity, and that's why there's a tornado warning. You see the red polygon right there. Pretty much heading up toward Weatherford, so it'd be a good idea to stay away from your windows. There's already inflow coming in of 55 to 60 miles per hour, and around that area of spin, local winds 70-75 would be quite common around the area of rotation. Again, radar indicated tornado warnings. Here's north central Oklahoma. This activity now is non-severe heading into Grant County and into Garfield County. They're currently non-severe. They were earlier severe, but have weakened in intensity for you folks in north central Oklahoma. Let's go back over to velocity there, update you there. That rotation very close to Bessie. The tornado warning does continue. Let's go ahead and take a look at links here. We'll zoom on in, and there's a bunch of cloud-to-ground lightning here with this activity. And there's Clinton, there's Weatherford, here's Canadian County, there's El Reno, and the Oklahoma City metro right here. So the motion is to the east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. Back over to our storm trackers. They're out tonight for you. Let's go to Connor Toon here live. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we were heading west on 40, approaching these storms. Multiple tornado warnings basically right along I-40 coming our way. We're really close to our vantage point. We're going to get up here and get a good view, see if we can get a good view into these storms, see if we can see any kind of tornadic features, any kind of notable structure that we can report on. Back to you.
Connor, thank you very much. So ongoing tornadic activity right now, radar indicated tornado warnings, and that's Connor Toon out here to the west of the metro on I-40. Let's go back over to Max 1 here. Here's the tornado watch till 5 a.m. Tornado warnings northeastern Custer County and far northern Ouachita County. Then a line of severe storms from Custer County back down into southwestern Oklahoma right now. The tornado watch, it does include the Oklahoma City metro area. So far, the tornado warnings are radar indicated, showing small areas of spin out here in west central Oklahoma. And we're talking about the Fay Thomas area up Highway 33 here, and then eventually on up toward Watonga. That tornado warning continues in effect, radar indicated, with damaging straight line winds of 70 to 75 miles per hour. And here's your time of arrival as it moves to the east-northeast around 50 to 55. Watonga at about 11:12, and then O'Keene by about 11:30, and then Kingfisher by 11:47. They're moving quickly, so they'll be really rapidly moving out of Blaine County into Kingfisher County as we head toward that 11:30 to midnight time frame. Rotation pretty close to Thomas. Nothing really earth-shattering here in terms of big-time rotation. It's some low-level spin, kind of QLCS or leading edge type activity, embedded mesocyclones. But that rotation's not especially strong. It's also quite small, but it's centered there just to the northwest of Thomas right now. And that's going to be a little ways to the southwest of Faye and southwest of Watonga and southwest of Roman Nose. Again, radar indicated there. And same thing here for the Bessie area. Heavy rain, a lot of lightning and thunder in Clinton. So it's heading very quickly now into Weatherford. There's the red polygon for the tornado warning there. Let's go to Eric Dixon now, tracking this also in western Oklahoma. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm out here in El Reno right now. We've got our trackers spanned out all across the western metro right now. These storms are going to be moving in really quick. The one thing I want to note to you is that you may not have a lot of advanced warning on some of these quick little spin-ups, this QCLS spin-ups on these tornadoes, these little mesocyclones. They come out of nowhere. If there's a tornado going to be on the ground, I'll be really brief. They'll be hard to identify. So we're going to be watching for, a lot of changes in the atmosphere, a lot of, power flashes that could happen. So you got to be really ahead of this to kind of figure out where these things are going to kind of form here. But that's what I want to stress out here. It's just that it's not a typical tornado you would see. They form really quick, and then they're gone really quick. So we're out here watching it. El Reno, back to you, Mike.
Okay, Eric, very good. Our temperature is 60 degrees right now here in Oklahoma City. That is pretty cool. So areas north of I-40 have been struggling in terms of intensity, and areas near I-40 and to the south of I-40 are still severe. But temperature near 60 degrees. It is quite cool outside. Our temperature has been very slowly rising, a degree or two every couple of hours. But right now we are 60 degrees, and that's a lot cooler than 68 to 70. With that being said, radar indicated quick spin-ups, QLCS, leading edge gust front type tornadic activity. These have been radar indicated so far. The rotation areas are quite small on Doppler velocities. With that being said, we're talking about damaging straight line winds, 70 to 75 miles per hour. This area here of rotation north of Thomas, again, very localized in nature in terms of that rotation. Not really classic big mesocyclones, big supercells. These are more very low-level type phenomenon with low-level spin-ups, gust front type activity embedded in damaging wind. So you want to make sure you stay away from windows. The inflow here coming into this is 55 to 60 miles per hour. There's a lot of wind shear out there, and you get little localized areas of spin going up. And here's your time of arrival once again, Watonga up there toward O'Keene, and then over toward Kingfisher, Loyal, Omega by 11:36. That's that activity coming out of Custer County. Again, the hot green has kind of gone away, so that rotation is weakening. And these will be very dynamic. They may try to pulse up and they'll come back down again. But that area of rotation there is weakening north of Thomas right now. And the area south and southeast of Clinton here near Bessie, still a tornado warning there as well. And here is your time of arrival for that area of rotation. Again, quite small, embedded in damaging straight line wind. There's a lot of thunder and lightning with these and very heavy downpours of rain. You pick up a quick ½ to 3/4 of an inch of rainfall. So that's really appreciated. But there is your time of arrival. They're talking about Hydro and Hinton area as we head into northern Caddo County, back up into Blaine County. That is the second tornado warning. Again, that's the rotation tracker. So you look for red and green coming together. Of course, they're moving very fast. So hot red next to dark red is actually still closed off rotation. So there's a wind shear area there with damaging straight line winds and the possibility of a few quick spin-ups. Again, the tornado warnings have been radar indicated. Activity in northern Oklahoma is non-severe right now. And these have not really come back up. So we're talking about Grant County and Garfield County up and down Highway 81. These are non-severe. They were briefly severe about an hour ago, but they have weakened. Just localized areas of heavy downpours of rain and perhaps some pea-sized hail. Very, very small hail here, but up and down Highway 81, Enid, down to Wacomas and Barr and Bison and Hill.
A civil authority has issued local area emergency for the following counties or areas. San Juan, New Mexico, at 11:51 p.m. on March 3rd, 2025, effective until 2:51 a.m. March 4th, 2025. If anyone has had contact or has seen a young female in the area in the past 2 hours possibly wearing pajama shorts and a gray or black shirt or knows her whereabouts, please contact non-emergency dispatch at 505-334-6622. If anyone has had contact or has seen a young female in the area in the past 2 hours possibly wearing pajama shorts and a gray or black shirt or knows her whereabouts, please contact non-emergency dispatch at 505-334-6622.
South of I-40 between Clinton and Weatherford, though, still shows a lot of wind shear there. That's the Thomas Stafford Airport right there. We're looking to the west at that line. That's the view there from the east side of Weatherford. East side of Weatherford, we can take that full. East side of Weatherford looking to the west, and that is Thomas Stafford Airport showing you that line. There's a lot of lightning, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning out there, and a quick half-inch to locally near 1 inch of rainfall. We'll take that. The inflow, and you folks in Weatherford know this, the inflow is very strong. Even ahead of the line of storms, we're talking about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds feeding into this line. Again, that is the airport marker beacon that you see there. That's the Thomas Stafford Airport in Weatherford. Kevin Cosby there turning that camera, and there's some of the airport lights right there. The rain just now beginning in the Weatherford area. Back over to Max 1. And you see the lightning out there. So, again, localized rotation here, radar indicated rotation. Tornado watch here till 5 a.m. That includes the metro. The timeline on this is going to be in that 12:30 to 1 to 1:30 a.m. time frame for the metro. The line is moving quickly, and the line is severe from Custer County all the way back down to west of Altus in Jackson County right now. The upper level disturbance is coming on out. The temperature is 60 here in Oklahoma City. That is nice and cool. Humidity is close to 100%, but 60 degrees is a cool temperature. That's going to do us some favors tonight. A few tornadoes are possible in the tornado watch area. That entire green area, a few tornadoes are possible. Damaging straight line winds will be the primary threat, with a few tornadoes possible and up to 1.5 inch diameter hail. Here's radar again. So we're talking about two areas here. This area from Thomas here up toward Watonga and southwest of Roman Nose. And we'll look at the time of arrival for you folks in Blaine County. So we're talking about Roman Nose and Watonga here, moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So there's your time of arrival. Tornado warning coming out of Custer County into west central areas of Blaine County. And again, the rotation, you look for the hot green, and that rotation is really weakened considerably. There's just a couple of little pinpoint areas there of some warm green color. But a lot of that hotter green there's gone away. So damaging straight line winds, a little bit of rotation right in through there. That's going to be just to the west of Northwest Highway between Oakwood and Watonga is where that is right there. A little bit of a hot spot there showing some rotation locally, and winds 70, 75 miles per hour. A lot of lightning and thunder, cloud to ground lightning, heavy downpours of rain, and the area near Bessie, Clinton area, there's Weatherford. Polygon here, the red polygon is the tornado warning. So far northern Custer County, Ouachita County, into far southern and southeastern Custer County. Let's go to Eric Dixon tracking these storms now to the west of the metro, moving to the east. Eric.
Yeah, Mike, we're still out here in El Reno. We're just kind of sitting here, just watching the western skies. There's still no lightning in the western sky right now, but that's going to quickly change and evolve as they move towards the metro. And it's going to be nice. We're going to get a lot of rain out here. We definitely need it, but we got to deal with this, early spring setup out here. We got these tornado warnings moving in. We're going to watch for those gust-type tornadoes, the QCLS type. They're quick. They're hard to identify. You just got to really be watching that spot and watch for power flashes, just any sign in the dark to find these, type of tornadoes. They're real quick. So just be weather aware to make a move in your house to your safe spot, just in a moment's notice, because these are sometimes a little bit harder to predict because they just happen so fast. But we're out here watching it, western parts of the metro here. Back to you.
Okay, very good. Eric Dixon there live reporting from the west side of the metro there. Our trackers are out for you tonight. So the big green area is the tornado watch until 5 a.m. It includes the entire metro, a couple of tornado warnings. Radar indicated here for localized areas of low-level wind shear embedded in gust fronts. So this is going to be very close to Fay and Thomas. and then also just to the east through south of Clinton and just to the west of Weatherford, and then severe thunderstorms all along this line for damaging straight line winds of 70 to 75 miles per hour. So that's what we have going on right now. The Highway 81 corridor is going to be in that 11:30 to midnight time frame. The I-35 corridor is going to be in that 12:30 to 1 to 1:30 a.m. time frame, and it'll be gone well to the east by sunrise tomorrow morning over into eastern Oklahoma. The line is moving quickly. Here's the broad view. The upper level disturbance is now coming on out. A lot of lift associated with that. There's inflow of 60 miles per hour, 55, 60 miles an hour common inflow into the line. The temperatures are running in the very low 60s, which is good. Very low 60s. And there's that tornado warning from east of Thomas now, northeast of Thomas, and to the west of Watonga, coming into Blaine County. And there's your time of arrival. Again, moving fast, so up there toward Hitchcock and up toward O'Keene and up toward Loyal and Ames and Dover. It's moving fast, east-northeast around 50 miles per hour. So the fast motion reduces the time it's going to be getting to you. And there's your time of arrival for that tornado warning there coming out into Blaine County. And then eventually that storm heads on up into northern Kingfisher County, near and to the west of Dover and near and to the west of Hennessy is where that's going. And looking at Doppler velocities, there's just not really very much there. You look for any kind of hot green next to dark green or green next to red, and it's just not there. A couple of areas of localized wind shear in through there, but that has weakened considerably since the tornado warning was issued. Here's the other tornado warning east of Bessie and southwest of Weatherford. Let's go to the Weatherford camera here, the Stafford camera. So a camera here on the east side of Weatherford looking to the west. That's the beacon, the airport beacon there that you see across the sky. And cloud-to-ground lightning here is pretty intense, and damaging straight-line winds are going to be the main threat. Still the main threat, damaging straight-line winds, 70 to 75 miles per hour. It is starting to rain a little bit in Weatherford, and the lightning is picking up as well. Let's go to our team of trackers tonight. Connor Toon with a live update. Connor?
Mike, we're approaching these storms now. This the Bessie storm, or the section of the storm where Bessie is, pretty broad rotation you can see on radar. That's kind of the one we're targeting at this point. You're going to see the flashes of lightning in my shot. Again, this giant wall of water just about 15 miles ahead of us here. It's coming right at us. So we're about to take an exit and find a good vantage point, see if we can get some features for you, see if we can see the storm base. Hoping the lightning will flash so you can see. You can really see the structure of the storms now that we're coming up on. But the lightning is pretty spread. There we go. There's a good shot of lightning. But again, the wind is from our backs. It is feeding into these storms. Still a lot of potential, it feels like, in the air going forward. Back to you.
Okay, Connor, thank you so much. Back over to Max 1. Over to Max 1 here. So we're talking about, this is by far the strongest storm in the state right now. It has the greatest potential to produce some tornadic activity. So far, radar indicated, but it's got some high wind with it, a lot of wind shear with it, 70 to 75 miles per hour between Clinton, Corn, and Weatherford is where that's located right now. And your time of arrival with that moving east-northeast at a high rate of speed, about 50 miles an hour. So they're moving right along. So we're talking about hydro and then over toward Hinton. Hinton there at 11:40, the hydro area 11:25, Weatherford at 11:15, 11 o'clock right now. So we're talking about 10 to 15 minutes for the Weatherford area. And it's this area of wind shear that you see right here. And the tornado warning now has been allowed to expire on that one. The tornado warning's been allowed to expire, but it's this area of wind shear just to the southwest of Weatherford. So you folks in Weatherford, I would avoid windows. As this moves on in, I would avoid windows. The winds there could easily be 70 to 75. There's a high amount of wind shear right there coming right into Weatherford. So right into Weatherford here. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. He's just about right there on that storm right now, getting some storm structure. It's got a lot of wind shear with it now coming directly into Weatherford. Go, Connor.
Yes, Mike, like I said, we're approaching Weatherford now from the east on I-40. What you're seeing in my shot is this line of storms, these multiple storms all lined out together with these two tornado warnings. The tornado warning to the south, again, I'll call it the Bessie section of the storm, it seems to be the most organized right now, which is why we're targeting it. You're not going to see that in the shot right now because it's just a
severe thunderstorm warning for Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma, eastern Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Beckham County in western Oklahoma, until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:54 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Cordell to near Duke, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Altus Air Force Base, Retrup, Eakley, Cordell, Hester, Tom Steed Reservoir, Cloud Chief, McQueen, Granite, Weatherford, Hobart, Bridgeport, Friendship, Warren, Burns Flat, Roosevelt, Lone Wolf, Martha, Arapahoe, and Altus. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is...
And here comes the gust front. You can see it. So we're basically looking at that exact area I showed you on radar of the wind shear. And you can see kind of this bow here coming out. This is the gust front right here, and there was a little, Kevin Cosby was talking to me in my ear, there was a little lowering that was there and then kind of went away right here on the gust front. And that's what these little spin-ups would look like if they're going to produce tornadic activity. They're going to be little areas of rotation that come down embedded in the damaging wind. But the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but
severe thunderstorm warning for Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma, eastern Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Beckham County in western Oklahoma, until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:54 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Cordell to near Duke, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Altus Air Force Base, Retrup, Eakley, Cordell, Hester, Tom Steed Reservoir, Cloud Chief, McQueen, Granite, Weatherford, Hobart, Bridgeport, Friendship, Warren, Burns Flat, Roosevelt, Lone Wolf, Martha, Arapahoe, and Altus. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's lead.
Here's the city lights of Weatherford right here. So this is on the east side of Weatherford, looking to the west, so we're looking right into Weatherford. So you want to make sure you avoid windows in through here, and I-40 is going to have a lot of wind on I-40, both inflow and gust front wind. 70, 75 miles an hour. Wouldn't be impossible to get winds over 75. We're looking right there at the gust front from the Weatherford camera. Let's hold that shot and let's talk to Connor Toon. So, Connor, we're showing our viewers right now that live picture from Weatherford, really telling the story. What do you see right now, ground truth?
Yeah, Mike, we are just outside Weatherford, closer to the town of Hydro. Past the gust front now. The storms are pretty much on us. We're trying to get a view of the base of this storm, the one that you were just talking about with that broad rotation. As you can see, we're angled west now. And we've got a view of the base. Don't see any features no indication that there is any sort of tornadoes on the ground or anything like that right now. We are definitely getting some heavier rain and some gustier winds, though, sitting here in Hydro. Back to you.
Okay, let's go over to links here. And Tim is sampling the velocities. These are going to be aloft. They're not at ground level, but he's sampling velocities in some of these shear zones, these wind shear zones. This is up here in the Watonga area. You're looking at 80 plus aloft in these shear zones. And you get any type of downward momentum in the downdraft, that can be brought down to the surface really easily. So that's why there's so much threat of a damaging wind with all that wind shear out here. So we've been looking at winds in excess of 80 aloft in these shear zones. This is up here in the Watonga area. So you folks in Watonga, you want to stay away from windows as well. So winds aloft 80 miles per hour there. Notice the updated warning there for the Watonga area. That's for that activity right there on the west side of Watonga. So that's a dangerous situation for you. Winds could be locally 80 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated here, tornado warning on the western side of Watonga. Tim, let's go ahead and push all the way in. Let's go ahead and push all the way into Watonga, and the city streets are going to pop up here in just a moment, and we'll look at that. The rotation there's Watonga, the actual city of Watonga, and the rotation there is to the west, radar indicated, ongoing tornado warning here. And let's take a look at those velocities again. We'll show you where that mesocyclone is located. Yeah, so it's literally, we're talking about 1, 2, 3 miles to the west of Watonga right now, moving rapidly to the east-northeast. So a high threat for damaging straight-line winds with an ongoing tornado warning here, radar indicated. So that rotation there sitting right there on the west side of Watonga, moving very, very quickly to the east-northeast. Let's go back over to our Weatherford cam. So heads up for you folks in Watonga. Stay away from windows, and I take your tornado safety precautions right now. And here's the Weatherford camera. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. Damaging straight-line winds coming into Weatherford as well. Go, Connor.
Yes, Mike, for sure. The winds have picked up, and then they kind of died off a little bit. We are in between Hydro and Weatherford now, right on the leading edge of these storms. And so far, we've not been hit by that main gust front. It's just kind of spitting at us, kind of light rain, lots of cloud-to-ground lightning. We're trying again, the section of the storm that's rotating here just east of Weatherford. So we're coming up now. We should see if I can't get a shot here of this. Directly west of us, we're traveling west, and we are looking right at where the base is going to be. It's lots of rain, obscured by rain. But it is straight. Again, we're just kind of scanning to see if we can see any sort of features, anything low-hanging in the flashes of lightning. And we don't see anything currently. But again, heavy rain, heavy winds, and lightning is for sure an issue. Back to you.
Okay. If you're just now joining us here, Tornado Watch continues till 5 a.m. It does include the metro. Let's go back over to Max 1. So we've got two main areas of concern right now. Basically, Watonga right now. You want to be away from windows in your safe area. Tornado warning is in effect there. And also coming through Weatherford right now, damaging straight line winds there. There's one tornado warning in effect for the state. It's for Watonga, and it's moving to the east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated tornadic activity. Tornado watch until 5 a.m., and that includes the Oklahoma City metro. Here's the broad view. So the line of storms comes from the Wichita area down through Grant County, through Garfield County, and then intensifies in Blaine County with the ongoing tornado warning. And the circulation now coming through Watonga, moving rapidly east-northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So here's your time of arrival, Watonga right now. And then Loyal and Lacey and Dover and Hennessy at midnight. Wilcomas at 12:09. Crescent at 12:17. Probably goes north of Crescent, but the line by that time will be approaching the I-35 corridor. So the 12:30, 1:30 time frame for the metro. And that rotation is there on the west-southwest side of Watonga right now. It has
been allowed to expire, but we do have some broad circulation still, it looks like, on radar, but it's in my shot. I know it's kind of hard to tell. You have to wait for those flashes of lightning, but we are looking at the section of the storm that was of most concern, again, around the Weatherford area, actually moving pretty much through Weatherford now. Again, we're in hydro facing towards Weatherford.
Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, central Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma until 11:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:07 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Watonga, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Watonga, Hitchcock, and Loyal. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now.
So again, that lowering now is right above the camera over the east central sides of Weatherford. So here's the area near and north of Watonga, and ongoing tornado warning here. It's the only actual tornado warning in the state. It's radar indicated, but it is a pretty tight circulation now. So Lacey, Dover, Hennessy, Wacomas, and near and north of Crescent, there's Cashion and Crescent up here. So we're talking about central and northern Kingfisher County. And there is the rotation centered now on the northern side of Watonga right there. That's the center of that rotation. We're sampling 80 to 83 mile per hour winds aloft. So just aloft inside this area of wind shear, 80 to 83 mile per hour winds. That can be mixed down to the surface pretty easily. So damaging straight line winds. Again, ongoing tornado warning there. Now over Watonga, north of Watonga, moving northeast of Watonga, heading for Dover and Hennessy for you folks in Kingfisher County. Here's the Weatherford activity. Back over to that Weatherford cam. Severe thunderstorm warnings here with the possibility of tornadic activity. Now Kevin has turned the camera around. He's turned the camera looking the other direction since it passed over the camera about a minute ago. And Kevin Cosby's doing a fine job there sampling that gust front, rotating that camera around and looking at that lowering. The gust front has just passed. Notice the rain now is blowing away from the camera because you're looking more to the east right here. So the winds are strong out of the west, blowing to the east. So strong winds there with the raindrops blowing away from the camera or eastbound due to a strong west wind. So the gust front literally just came past the camera in the past 90 seconds or so. So that's that wind shear line we talk about. Let's go over to Connor Toon, get an update from him, Ground Truth. He's looking at that exact same area. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, that's exactly right. We are looking right at the base. It's kind of hard to see. It's a little bit obscured. The rain is just so heavy coming out of this storm. You can kind of see with the lightning flashes, though, what we're seeing. It's easier to see with your eyes. We're looking right at the base, the area that, again, it would be of concern over Weatherford. And it's still pretty smooth. I don't see any scuddy lowerings. I don't see anything that, again, is screaming tornado. It still has that kind of linear look to it, visually at least, at this time. Back to you.
Okay, let's go to Eric Dixon here live, an update from the El Reno area. Eric?
Mike, we're hanging out here on the west side. We're looking west towards the skies. We still don't have any lightning on the western sky, but, things are going to change really quick. So, folks on the west side need to, or the whole metro really needs to start getting ready and prepared. If you need to go to your safe spot, know where that's at, clean it out, whatever you got to do, because, things are going to evolve and change in a moment's notice. But so far, everything's good on the West Metro. We're probably, a little over an hour, maybe two away from getting some into the El Reno area. But these storms are going to move in really fast, and they're going to go away real fast. So we're out here watching it for you to keep you forewarned. Mike?
Eric, thank you very much. Let's go back over to Max 1. If you're just now joining us here, this is the overview for you to kind of get your bearings. Till 5 a.m., tornado watch is in effect in green. That includes the entire I-35 corridor, including the metro. We have one tornado warning now northeast of Watonga. Radar indicated tornado here, and we're sampling winds 80, 83 plus. Even in the past couple of minutes here, a localized wind of 100 aloft, 100 miles per hour aloft. So there's some pretty strong rotation here with that storm that's rotating there on the northeast side of Watonga. That's why there's an ongoing tornado warning with that one, radar indicated. To the south of that, severe thunderstorm warnings from Weatherford, Hydro, Red Rock Canyon, all the way down to Altus. Everybody in that line, 70, 75 mile per hour winds, and the possibility of some brief tornadic activity. Not impossible. That's why this polygon here is orange and not yellow, indicating the possibility of some fast spin-ups in that line. But again, one tornado warning now northeast of Watonga and just sampled about 100 mile per hour, not too far from Hitchcock. So that ongoing tornado warning here, Loyal, then up toward Hennessy is where that's going, moving at about 50 miles per hour. So again, there's your time of arrival. Hennessy at midnight. It's now 11:20. So Loyal coming up here in about 15 minutes or a little less. Dover as well, probably goes north of Dover. And then up here toward Wacomas at 12:10. And Fairmont up there in Garfield County by around 12:20, 12:25. Hennessy, 11:50, midnight or so. So at about 25, 30 minutes for you folks up there. Keep in mind, it's had a persistent mesocyclone with it. Just sampled about 100 mile an hour winds in that mesocyclone. Right when it turned dark blue See the dark blue patch? That was 100. So it's got a lot of wind shear with it. That's why there's a tornado warning. It's radar indicated. Radar indicated. It is now past Watonga, so it's right up here near Hitchcock. Northeast of Watonga is where that circulation is located. Ongoing tornado warning there with that one. So past Watonga now, heading for Hennessy. Hennessy's next, west through north of Dover. And then down the line here, the Weatherford area. Let's go back to Connor Toon here, looking at that activity. Severe thunderstorm warning with those. The tornado warning's expired. I see you've got the gust front now, Connor.
Yes, Mike. We're positioned just southwest of Hydro, trying to get some features that you can make out in the shot. You can see to the left here, it's kind of a bowl lowering on the left side of my shot. So we're right here under the base. It's really hard to tell exactly the features that you're looking at. There's so much rain, and the rain has picked up quite a bit. But you are looking at the gust front is to the left a little bit of the shot, and then we are still basically really close to being under the base that's rotating here, or that was rotating. It's rotating. But again, southwest of Hydro, we've got the shot. We've got good view of to the north and to the south of this section of storm. So if we see anything, we will for sure let you know. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. So one tornado warning. This is going to be in the Hitchcock area, moving rapidly to the northeast. Everything else is severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of some fast spin-ups, QLCS, leading-edge gust front type spin-ups. Sampled about 100 just to the southwest of Hitchcock about 4 minutes ago. 100-mile-per-hour aloft inside the wind shear zone, inside the mesocyclone. And that is getting really close to tornadic activity. These have been radar-indicated tornado warnings so far, but damaging straight-line winds will be common, so you want to stay away from windows. So right now, the Hitchcock area through west and north of Dover up toward pretty much red line, center line to Hennessy, northern Kingfisher County, and then from there up toward Fairmont and Douglas and southeastern Garfield County is where that area of rotation is tracking. The really dark blue was a local of 100 aloft. Notice that dark blue for the time being is kind of gone away. The colors are not quite as focused together and hot in color. But an ongoing tornado warning now. The circulation center is now just to the east through south of Hitchcock. Again, heading up toward Loyal and up toward Hennessy is where that's going right there. So you folks out of Blaine County into Kingfisher County, heads up. The rotation has cleared. It has cleared Watonga to the northeast is where that is gone. Here's Weatherford. Good rains, a lot of wind here. Inflow is 60 plus. Inflow is 60 plus coming in to this line. So let's go ahead and take that Weatherford camera full again. That really has been telling the story there with Kevin Cosby. Maneuvering that pan and tilt on that camera. So you're looking east there from the Stafford Airport on the east side of Weatherford. And that is the tower there looking off to the east as the line pushes east. The main part of the line anyway pushes to the east and to the south of Weatherford now is where that's tracking. You watched that go right over the camera just a very short while ago. Had a couple of little lowerings in that gust front. And there was a big wind shift and a big wind shear line that came through the Weatherford area with the rain blowing sideways. You saw that there live on that camera. So that's the view from Weatherford there looking now to the east as the storm tracks to the east and south of Weatherford. Back over to radar. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning for that one with the possibility, so an orange polygon here for the possibility of some quick spin-ups, but the primary threat, damaging straight-line winds. So Corn, Colony, Eakley, Sickles, Luqueba, Fort Cobb, Bangor, Coger area, Caddo County, and then Canadian County. There's your time of arrival. So Gary, Calumet, El Reno 1210. El Reno 1210 is 1125 right now. El Reno 1210. That's the Highway 81 corridor, 1210 for El Reno. Again, hot spots there. You see the dark red and the very bright red, hot spot there. And hot spot right in through here. There's Weatherford, Red Rock Canyon sitting right here. There's Hinton, there's Bridgeport, Hydro. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. He's right there looking at that. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're still west of Hydro. We're kind of scooting east a little bit to try to stay ahead of it. And again, to hopefully get a better shot. We've had visual several times on what you call the base that was rotating. It's just with the rain, it is so obscured. It'll be visible for a second, and then it'll be obscured. But we do have really good visual on it, and again, nothing that I'm going to sound the alarm for so far. Not even really any sideways rain, just kind of heavier rain where we're at right now, southwest of Hydro. I know Weatherford is getting it pretty hard right now, but where we're at, just west, kind of ahead of the line, we're still kind of looking east into the line of storms. And you see, now we're starting to get some sideways rain. We're getting that kind of heavier gust front coming out. We're angled south now. So we're out here keeping an eye on it. Back to you, Mike.
Connor, thank you so much. Let's go back over to Max 1. You see the gust front right there on his live stream. So this is the area that he's talking about. There's your time of arrival. El Reno, 1209, 1210, 1211 there. Gary, 1145. Damaging straight line of winds, the main threat, 70, 75 miles an hour. Possibility of some quick spin-ups of tornadic activity. These have all been radar-indicated tornado warnings. We've had 3 of them so far. One persistent mesocyclone, this one over Watonga. Now it's up by Hitchcock, east and south of Hitchcock. And this is a wind shear line here. So this is where if you had any leading-edge QLCS gust front-type tornadoes, they'd spin up on these wind shear lines. This is southern Blaine County, talking about Gary and Greenfield right here. And this is northern Caddo County. Hydro, Bridgeport, Hinton, Red Rock Canyon, Lukiba, Sickles, Coger, Binger, in through here. So there's your gust front. Notice the wind shear, the really hot red. Inflows 60 at the surface, 60 mile per hour inflow. So there's gobs of wind shear, lots and lots of wind shear. That really hot red you see right there, 60 mile an hour inflow at the surface. So, windows are rattling out here and power lines are singing out here. This inflow is really coming into this line, and that works in the wind shear at the low levels to possibly generate these really quick spin-ups. But so far, damaging winds, the main threat. The tornado watch does continue, of course, along and ahead of this line. Back down into Caddo County, there's Hobart. Again, there's another wind shear line right there. Hobart, Godebo, Lukiba, Mountain View, Carnegie area, Highway 9. Fort Cobb right there. So here's Caddo County again, Carnegie. And northern Oklahoma, these are non-severe. Non-severe, talking about I-35 now, Bremen, Blackwell, Tonkawa Airport, Newkirk, Ponca City. Heavy but non-severe. Kay County coming out of Grant County, and also Noble County and Garfield County, non-severe, heavy downpours of rain, some thunder and lightning, but these are heavy but non-severe storms. Gusty winds, yes. Inflow here still 40, 45 going into it, but these are non-severe. Then you pick up this tornado warning to the west of Loyal and to the southwest of Hennessy. This has been a persistent tornado warning, radar indicated out of Blaine County into northwestern Kingfisher counties where that is. And then down the line, severe, but no tornado warnings as of right now. In this line here, Caddo County, southern Blaine County, down into Custer County and Ouachita County. Let's go back over to Connor Toon, tracking that area near Bridgeport and Hydro. Connor?
Yes, Mike, we are about to get back on I-40 here to, stay ahead of this line. The line is moving pretty quick. I think the inflow is it seems like it's slowing the line down a little bit, which, again, that can up the chance of a quick spin up when you get that. So right now it's just sideways torrential rain. We are definitely in the thicker core of this section of the storm now. You can see in my shot. Rain is very heavy, sideways torrential, lots of lightning. So right now, this is about the most intense section of this storm, and we are right in the middle of it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, the tornado warning has expired for the area east of Hitchcock and west of Loyal. The tornado warning has expired for the time being, which is definitely good news for you folks in Blaine County and Kingfisher County. The tornado warning has expired. So as of right now, there are no tornado warnings in effect, only severe thunderstorm warnings. And there's your time of arrival of that storm that earlier had the tornado warning on it, but it has been allowed now to expire. So here we are at 11:30 now. We have a tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings in progress. We've had 3 radar-indicated tornado warnings. And one pretty strong mesocyclone very close to Watonga had measured aloft about 100-mile-an-hour winds with it. That tornado warning has now expired. Here is the tornado watch in green till 5 a.m. It does include the I-35 corridor, Highway 81 corridor, down I-44, tornado watch. And right now we have severe thunderstorm warnings. This is going to be for northwestern Kingfisher County and southern Garfield County, severe thunderstorm warnings. And then for Caddo County, southern Blaine County, back down into eastern Ouachita County, Kiowa County and Jackson County, severe thunderstorm warnings there. There are no, at this moment, there are no active tornado warnings. We've had 3 tornado warnings, radar indicated. We're 60 degrees outside here in Oklahoma City. That is pretty cool. That's good news. The cool is going to help tonight. With that being said, still not impossible to get a few tornadoes. Damaging straight line winds is going to be the primary threat with 1.5-inch diameter hail. So again, the tornado warning here has been allowed to expire. Now to the northwest of Loyal, that's where the rotation has been. And moving up here toward Hennessy, still a lot of wind shear in this, still 70, 75 mile per hour winds, but the rotation has weakened. Here's your time of arrival. Hennessy at about midnight. So it's 11:32 right now, so 11:50 midnight, Hennessy. Marshall 12:23, Covington 12:32, Mulhall, northern Logan County there to the west of Stillwater a little ways, 12:37. Kingfisher County here over into northern Logan County and southeastern Garfield County. So you see the dark blue next to the dark green, that was the rotation, and now it's located crossing the county line and is not nearly as strong as it was earlier. So that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So that's weakened, in fact, considerably, really, in the past 5 minutes or so. And down the line here from west of Bridgeport, line of severe storms here with winds 70, 75. So you do want to stay away from windows here. Still not impossible to get some quick spin-ups here. Here's your time of arrival of that Weatherford storm coming up toward El Reno by about midnight tonight. It's 11:33 right now, so Canadian County, El Reno at about midnight. So out of Blaine County and northern Caddo County into Canadian County. So the wind shear line is still there, but there's no real wrapping of that line, so it's just basically a gust front. Let's go back to Connor Toon. He's looking right at that. This is going to be near I-40 out there by Bridgeport and Hydro. Go, Connor.
That's exactly right, Mike. We're back on I-40 heading west now. Just, again, we're in the middle of this storm complex now. Getting the torrential rain. No hail so far. I will say there's some good news. Not had any hail, even in the heavier core of this section of the storm. But you can see that the rain is torrential. It's pretty dangerous driving on the interstate now. So if you're heading east or west on I-40, like you said, in the Weatherford Hydro area, expect blinding rainfall.
Warning for northern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Madrid County in northwestern Oklahoma until midnight Central Standard Time. At 11:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of O'Keene, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Hennessy, Loyal, Vance Air Force Base, Bison, Wacomas, Drummond, Lacey, O'Keene, and Enid. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central
County. So heading up into northern Logan County and southern Noble County is where that's going. And again, that rotation there is not as strong as it was earlier, but damaging straight line winds are still possible. Let's go back over to Eric Dixon. He's in Canadian County, watching this line, tracking this line now as it approaches the west side of the metro. Eric?
Yeah, that's right. El Reno here. I'm looking to the west here. I'm right here at Country Club and I-40. These storms are going to be here pretty quick. We're talking, it's just after 11:30, but midnight, 12:15, that time frame. Things are going to start changing really fast here. I've got...
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma until midnight Central Standard Time. At 11:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of O'Keene, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Hennessy, Loyal, Vance Air Force Base, Bison, Wacomas, Drummond, Lacey, O'Keene, and Enid. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
And Weatherford getting a good amount of rain tonight, so we'll soak up all of this good rain. The tornado watch does continue till 5 a.m. all the same, though. Let's go back over to the maps. And right now we have no active tornado warnings, 3 radar indicated tornado warnings. We are now 61 degrees. We're 61 degrees now in Oklahoma City. So we're still in the very low 60s out there. Winds are gusting from the southeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour.
Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma until midnight Central Standard Time. At 11:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of O'Keene, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Hennessy, Loyal, Vance Air Force Base, Bison, Wacomas, Drummond, Lacey, O'Keene, and Enid. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. For the warned area,
ability in this line of storms is really a big danger. Aside from that, the hail was pretty small, minimal. We really didn't see much hail at all. But that torrential rain, the cloud to ground, heavy lightning, and the gusty winds has been the main story tonight so far. Back to you.
Connor, good report. Thank you so much for that. A lot of valuable information right there. So here's radar. So again, no tornado warnings. And still 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in here. The computer models showed these little brief areas here of spin ups that made an effort. And if the computer models are correct, this line does not intensify. It basically holds steady where it is right now as it comes into the metro area. So we're talking about a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch of rain, localized an inch of rain. And the models had these little brief areas that made an effort to do something. There were radar indicated tornadoes, but the models had this basically staying the same intensity, possibly even notching down a level as they come toward the I-35 corridor. We'll see. It's just a computer model. Nothing's guaranteed. It can go both ways for sure, but that's what the computer models just checked it there during Connor's update. That's what the models are showing right now. So still a big area of wind shear here. 60, 70 mile an hour winds, yes. And the motion here is to the east-northeast at about 50. So you see the hot red and the dark red there. That's the gust front. You look for anything there that tries to close off like even an S shape. You look for like an S shape trying to close off. And there's a little bit of a notch sitting right there and a little bit of a sheer notch right in through there, but nothing really totally folding over on itself. All the way down the line here, the same story. So you're talking about winds, damaging winds being the main threat so far with these, and all the way back down into Kiowa County. So there's Roosevelt and Cooperton and Hobart and Mountain View and Gotebo and Carnegie, Lookeba area, Caddo County. So here's northern Oklahoma, heavy but not severe, K County. You folks in Ponca City here, Newkirk, heavy but not severe. Red Rock, Sears, Billings, heavy but not severe. Pretty good area of small hail there near Billings right now, west and north of Sears and Red Rock, and southwest of Marlin, a little bit of hail in through there, but those are non-severe right now. This activity near Hennessy's really fallen apart and is just only a severe storm now, 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Nothing very special about that right there. And then all the way back down here into western Canadian County. Let's go back over to Eric Dixon, get an update from him in Canadian County. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, we're still sitting here looking west from the Country Club and I-40. Still don't see any lightning visible in our shot right now, but, we're expecting this stuff to move in here real shortly. We've got our trackers, fanned out all across the metro here to keep you forewarned on this. The one thing that we're, going to notice about this, if we do happen to get a tornado in it, they're going to be quick. You may not even know it happened. Very little warning. So just be ready for a moment's notice to go to your safe spot in your house. Know where it's at. Clean it out. We want you to be safe. That's why we're out here for you, to keep you forewarned. So far, nothing in the skies out to the west. Got a lot of wind feeding these storms, but we're going to get through this and keep you forewarned. Back to you, Mike.
Eric Dixon, thank you so much. Back over to Max 1 here. So here's an update here. There are no tornado warnings in effect right now. So heavy up here in K County, and then heavy coming into Noble County. A little bit of small hail there between Billings and Marland, moving east-northeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour. Heavy storm here. Still some severe weather possible. Hennessy. This has gone in the right direction really quickly. Earlier had a couple of tornado warnings with it back down by Hitchcock and Watonga. Radar indicated tornado warnings, but that has weakened considerably and is just severe. And the mesocyclone in that really is basically gone. 60, 65 mile an hour winds in through there. Quite a bit of lightning and thunder. Good heavy downpours of rain for sure. All the way back down into western Canadian County now. But these are nothing really extra special anymore. They're not as strong as they were. Again, the computer models had indicated a couple areas would try to spin up a little bit. And as they head to the east, this line does not intensify compared to what you see right here on radar. That's what the short-term computer models show. And radar appears to be bearing that out right now. So we're talking about severe thunderstorm warnings here, but we're losing a lot of the organization in terms of any spin-ups. You see a little feature like that. That's something to watch carefully along Highway 9, Gotebo, Mountain View, Carnegie area. So you see that little plume that went up and then fed into the line really fast right there. You see that happen. That's a localized area of wind feeding into the main line, which shows the updrafts pulling that in. So you have to watch that very carefully. But these are just yellow polygons, ordinary severe thunderstorms. The line is moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So here's your time of arrival. Carnegie 1210, Binger 1217, Anadarko 1250, Yukon about 1 a.m., Bethany about 1:11, Chickasha about 1:21. Severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings in effect anywhere in this line, and this line here has weakened quite a bit in the past half hour. We had 3 radar indicated tornado warnings, the strongest of which was over Watonga, north side of Watonga to Hitchcock. Sampled a wind aloft about 100 there, aloft inside that area of shear. Here's northern Oklahoma here. These are non-severe, K County coming into Noble County. And here's the velocity here around Mountain View and Godibo. Again, there's that little hot spot there near Godibo and Mountain View, showing some wind shear there. And here's the same line. There's Eakly. This is northern Caddo County here. There's Binger, Lokiba, Hinton, Red Rock Canyon. So there's the gust front in through there. Nothing's closing off there. There's Gary, Bridgeport, Hydro, I-40, Greenfield, Calumet. This is Western Canadian County, Northwest Canadian County. Here's the gust front in through there. Let's get an update here from Connor Toon on that. Nothing's closing off on that gust front. That's good. Go, Connor.
Yes, Mike, we just took the Hinton exit. We're angled south now, so we can hopefully get on a good vantage point to look back. We were basically in the core of this heavier section of the storm traveling down I-40. And as I was saying, the rain, just torrential rainfall, which is good. We need the rain. But for drivers out here on I-40, it's definitely dangerous. But as far as getting a good visual of this line of storms and the bases, it's been really difficult tonight. The rain, it just seems to really get thrown out ahead, and which is good. If it takes on that kind of outflow nature, that's going to limit the tornado threat, which seems like that's what's happened so far tonight. But if we do manage to get a view of a clear base and, any funnel clouds, anything that looks tornadic, we will be sure to let you guys know as soon as we do. Back to you.
Okay, very good, Connor. So let's go back over to radar here. So if you're just now joining us, no tornado warnings. We had 3 radar indicated tornado warnings earlier. An area near north of Watonga about 45 minutes ago made an effort to produce a tornado. Radar indicated, though, only. Now that is non-tornadic and just severe. And this is going to be up here in the Hennessy area. These have gone very much just to really heavy to marginally severe. These are just, there's a lot of wind shear out there. But look how flat all that looks, right? It's just a bunch of hodgepodge of embedded heavy rain and gusty winds. There's nothing out there that really is big time, even up there in northern Kingfisher County. All that being said, what's left of where that circulation used to be is going to be Fairmont, Covington, Garber, Perry at 1251. But just a severe thunderstorm warning. Look how the colors just all went flat. It's just all green here. There's no blue there next to the green. It's just all the green. So that wind is really relaxed all in through there. It's not nearly what it was earlier, and that's really good news. Looking at the Doppler velocities, no tornado warnings are in effect. Here's the West Metro. There's El Reno. So the line back down here, Bridgeport, Hinton, Hydro, Red Rock Canyon, Eakly, Fort Cobb, Binger, Coger, back down to Corn and Colony. So just kind of a time of arrival there. Banner Road, 1220 or so. El Reno, 1215, 1220. Piedmont, 1230, 1237. So that's when that line's going to be coming through central and northern Canadian County. Severe. There's a look at the gust front there. Nothing, no big deal there. Gusty winds, yes. Perhaps local wind gusts 65, 70. But nothing closing off right there. Nothing very ominous on that line there at all. Nothing's folding. There's a little area right through here that's localized, right there to the north of Bridgeport and northwest of the Cherokee truck stop. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. Severe thunderstorm warnings here. No tornado warnings. Connor with an update.
Yes, Mike. We just took the Hinton exit just south of I-40. We're angled west now at this line of storms. You should be able to see some features. It's not just a wall of water anymore. We can kind of see. It's hard to tell if this is kind of a shelf feature. What I look for in lines of storms like this is kind of a bowl. It seems like in these storms I'll see bowl-shaped bases, and you can kind of see. So this is going to look, again, we're south of I-40, angled west. You can kind of see what I would call maybe a bowl, the base of the storm, the updraft, right in the middle of the shot. Again, I see nothing, no kind of funnel clouds. I don't see anything that would indicate a tornado. But again, this bowl feature is exactly where we would be looking for that threat. Back to you.
Okay, Connor, thank you so much for that. That's going to be just west of El Reno, not too far from the Cherokee truck stop out there near the Caddo-Canadian County line. That's where Connor Toon's located right now. This is going to be about 50 miles to the west of Oklahoma City is where Connor is located. So back over to radar here, looking at the velocities. So gust front coming through, a couple of hot spots in through there, yes. Gust front back down through Kiowa County here. Nothing really too earth-shattering in through there. So again, heavy but non-severe. Good heavy rains coming into Red Rock. That's got a little small hail with it. Some pea-size hail coming into Red Rock and Sears and Marland right now. So pretty good heavy downpours of rain. You know, the rain is really a great thing because there's a lot of it out there. And right now, the level of these severe
National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Comanche County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, Canadian County in central Oklahoma, until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 10 miles northeast of Greenville to 4 miles west of Tomstead Reservoir, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mears, Cedar Lake, Calumet, Eakley, Carnegie, Tomstead Reservoir, Omega, Cloud Chief, El Reno, Weatherford, Hobart, Bridgeport, Friendship, Warren, Lukiva, Fort Cobb, Binger, Cashin, Watonga, and Albert. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
important? Well, when that fine line races out ahead of the main line, it helps to cut off the ground-based inflow into the updraft. And you can see the effect of that by the fact that these cores are weaker out here where the gust front has raced out ahead of the updraft. It tends to weaken. That updraft has to travel a longer distance to get up in.
Issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Comanche County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, Canadian County in central Oklahoma, until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 10 miles northeast of Greenville to 4 miles west of Tomstead Reservoir, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mears, Cedar Lake, Calumet, Eakley, Carnegie, Cloud Chief, El Reno, Weatherford, Hobart, Bridgeport, Friendship, Warren, Lukiva, Fort Cobb, Binger, Cashin, Watauga, and Albert. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
West to east across the metro right now. Again, no tornado warnings are in effect. And those were radar indicated tornadoes earlier. And right now we show no immediate sign of any tornadic activity. Our temperature right now, as we take a look outside here in Oklahoma City, is 61 degrees. It is humid outside. The winds are coming up from the southeast, still gusting to 40 plus. One report of a barn destroyed near Elk City when the line first went up at about 9:15. So a barn destroyed near Highway 34, Elk City. Out in Beckham County when the line first went up at about 9:15, 9:20, 9:30 this evening, right there when it first went up. And the line continues to push to the east-northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. Again, no tornado warnings are in effect. We're watching it very carefully. Our storm trackers are out. Updates on a regular basis. Stay with News 4. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been breaking news from Oklahoma's News 4. We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Comanche County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 10 miles northeast of Greenville to 4 miles west of Tomstead Reservoir, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mears, Cedar Lake, Calumet, Eakley, Carnegie, Tomstead Reservoir, Omega, Cloud Chief, El Reno, Weatherford, Hobart, Bridgeport, Friendship, Warren, Lukiva, Fort Cobb, Binger, Cashin, Watauga, and Albert. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
Soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States. says if we just go to the polls one time.
National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Washita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Comanche County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, Canadian County in central Oklahoma, until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 10 miles northeast of Greenville to 4 miles west of Townsend Reservoir, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mears, Cedar Lake, Calumet, Eagleboro, Omega, Cloud Chief, El Reno, Weatherford, Hobart, Bridgeport, Friendship, Warren, Lookeba, Fort Cobb, Minger, Cashin, Watonga, and Albert. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with these storms. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
Choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose truth, let us choose honor, and let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago.
Oprah Winfrey, tonight's surprise guest at the Democratic National Convention, doing that Oprah thing and vouching for Kamala Harris, endorsing her, and we'll see, Hallie Jackson, if the Oprah effect is still in effect.
She just delivered the political gospel for Democrats there, making some allusions to that. This was such a sweeping speech. Instead of making the case for who Democrats are fighting for, being Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, which she did, she made the case for what Democrats are fighting for: democracy, freedoms, civil rights, equality.
She revealed that she was an independent and made a direct appeal to independence.
Let's remember, she's not given a convention speech before. She was on the trail, helped Barack Obama Obama, of course, in 2008, was not present on the campaign trail for Hillary Clinton, largely in 2016. Came in those sort of closing days for President Biden in 2020. But now she is out here fairly early and in a very full-throated way. She endorsed John Fetterman against Dr. Oz, for example, a frequent guest on her show. She was involved with the Stacey Abrams campaign in 2018. But this is a big moment for Oprah Winfrey and for the Democratic Party.
And we should note it's a bit of a homecoming. We are on the west side of Chicago right now, where she had established Harpo Productions and created new neighborhoods, really, from that back in the 90s.
Absolutely, and you could feel the energy and the excitement when she walked out onto this stage, this unscheduled appearance by Oprah Winfrey. I do think the question is, how prevalent will she be on the campaign trail, and will she help to energize those all-important independents?
Well, let's go back to the floor. We've got Governor Wes Moore.
Yeah, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, widely considered to be part of the Democratic Party's next generation. He took on a more of a national profile during after the collapse of the bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, several months ago, and now addressing this convention.
At 1:30 in the morning, a container ship the length of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united, with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake-up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore taking the stage. And in a few moments, we're going to hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, of course, himself a former presidential candidate in 2020. Appearing tonight in his personal capacity, though, he is the Transportation Secretary, and of course, he served alongside Vice President Harris in the Biden administration. Let's take a listen to Mayor Pete.
Thank you. Good evening, Democrats. Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. Mike Pence was polite. JD Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like JD Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
We've heard it time and time again tonight. Freedom. Freedom is really the defining theme of this night 3 of the Democratic Convention. Pete Buttigieg himself was seen by many on the short list for a VP job.
And now we're getting to the portion of the evening where we will focus on the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz. Video playing right now. It's top of the hour, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. And yes, they are running a tad late. So we're going to hear from Governor Walz in just a few moments. There's a musical interlude. But Hallie, as I go to you, this is the moment of Tim Walz's political career. I have to say, if you'd asked most of us a couple of months ago outside the Washington Beltway, people didn't know Tim Walz, even though he's been a two-term governor. Sure. He's the head of the National Governors Association. But this is someone who's not widely known.
And by the way, that's nothing to feel bad about. Polling showed that something like 7 in 10 Americans, when she named him her running mate, did not have a familiarity with Tim Walz, unless you obviously was down in the Minnesota delegation. They love him, the Democrats here, of course, but this is his introduction to a national audience in prime time on this big stage. And it is going to be heavily biographical. He's going to tell the story of who he is, and expect to hear the word coach a lot. That is the way that Kamala Harris, his running mate, describes him. You hear that from people in the audience and in the crowd. If what we just saw with Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, Wes Moore was kind of the next generation of potential future leaders, Tim Walz is kind of that loyalist.
Well, we have a special performance now honoring the late musician Prince, John Legend, and Sheila E. Prince's former drummer and performer in her own right, leading this tribute to the Minnesota native here at the Democratic National Convention. Let's ride.
Drop it on the floor.
John Legend and Sheila E. This is a crowd that didn't need to be fired up, but I think they were fired up more by that performance.
Well, I have to say, John Legend, Sheila E. playing the Prince Classic, Let's Go Crazy, in honor of Minnesota resident Tim Walz. And Lester, there's only one member of a band here at this table. What did you think of this
Believe
performance?
me, I wish I had my axe for that one. That would have been fun. I want to pick up our conversation a moment ago about what we're going to expect from Tim Walz. And Christian, the contrast with JD Vance. We haven't heard JD Vance's name mentioned a lot here tonight. But talk about the contrast that Democrats with this pick are hoping to create.
Well, JD Vance has made some comments in his past that have been unearthed, resurfaced, that he's had to do some explaining. You did hear Oprah Winfrey reference his childless cat ladies comment. JD Vance tried to kind of clean up those comments a bit, but they have been controversial because they've raised questions about how he views women. He has also, on the other hand, raised questions about some of what we've heard from Tim Walz. Is he consistent? Is he a family man? I think you are going to see him make the case that he's consistent, he's a family man, and really tries to focus on his character as he fills out his biography to create
Minnesota
that
Senator Amy Klobuchar, a longtime friend of Tim Walz, introduces the governor.
Of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of JD Vance. What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, Out of Lake Itasca flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on.
National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Grady County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, Canadian County in central Oklahoma, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:28 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 4 miles southwest of Calumet to 4 miles east of Albert to 8 miles west of Boone, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Cedar Lake, Calumet, Carnegie, Anadarko, Stecker, Richland, Union City, El Reno, Bridgeport, Yukon, Lukiva, Fort Cobb, Binger, Albert, Hinton, Lake Chickasha, Pocasset, Kogar, Concho, and Gracemont. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area. Issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Grady County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, Canadian County in central Oklahoma, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:28 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 4 miles southwest of Calumet to 4 miles east of Albert to 8 miles west of Boone, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, sighting, entries. Locations impacted include Cedar Lake, Calumet, Carnegie, Anadarko, Stecker, Richland, Union City, El Reno, Bridgeport, Yukon, Lukiva, Fort Cobb, Binger, Albert, Hinton, Lake Chickasha, Pocasset, Kogar, Concho, and Gracemont. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major. Tim went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a
severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Grady County in central Oklahoma, Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, Canadian County in central Oklahoma, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:28 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 4 miles southwest of Calumet to 4 miles east of Albert to 8 miles west of Boone, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Cedar Lake, Calumet, Carnegie, Anadarko, Stecker, Richland, Union City, El Reno, Bridgeport, Yukon, Lukiva, Fort Cobb, Binger, Albert, Hinton, Lake Chickasha, Pocasset, Kogar, Concho, and Gracemont. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food. Corn dog?
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then? And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
2 middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do. But they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs. And everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War-era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations, free to pollute your air and water. And banks, free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and JD Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead. Say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Health care and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're going to fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Well, who is the coach? That's what we're going to be knowing after this speech. Coach Walz. Lots of sports metaphors in this speech. Not a long one. Kristen Welker, you're a little surprised it was as short a speech as it was?
Well, it was succinct. However, it was filled with a lot of energy, that's for sure. Lester, you're absolutely right. There were a lot of sports metaphors. It was a mix of defending his record when he was governor, as we said at the start of this evening, speaking very proudly about the fact that he signed into law school lunches for everyone, every kid in Minnesota, talking about his struggles with infertility, also showing he can be an attack dog.
Well, this is the iconic moment where you see the potential second family on stage. Tim Walz joined there by his daughter, Hope, his son, Gus, his wife, Gwen. America's starting to learn more about this vice presidential candidate. Let's go to Tom Yamas, who's on the floor in the thick of it all, Tom.
Savannah, it's so hard to hear you right now because people are cheering so loud. Governor Tim Walz just set this place on fire. If there was any doubt about why Kamala Harris chose him as a running mate, I think people figured that out tonight. There were a lot of questions about why he surged to the top of that choice, and tonight I think Democrats understand why. This is Barb. She's from Minnesota. She's wearing that flannel for Governor Tim Walz. How did you do tonight?
He did great. He knocked it out of the park. I trust him to take care of me and my neighbors.
Why are you wearing the flannel?
Because this is what Minnesota's about. We all wear flannel.
All right, Barb, we thank you so much. Beyond Barb, just to give you guys an idea of how his speech played out, I was watching delegates from one state talk to other states saying he's incredible, and I heard that more than once. A lot of people liked his lines, especially the ones about mind your own business. That played really well in this room. We also got to talk about the night as a whole, going from Oprah, building with Pete Buttigieg and Governor Westmore, and finally here now with Governor Tim Walz. Clearly the production tonight and the strategy of blocking these speakers definitely hit a home run tonight here inside the United Center. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you. Dad in plaid. This is a new expression, at least to some of us who are not from Minnesota, but that's obviously going to be one of the hallmarks of Tim Walz as he exits the stage. I'm going to turn to Hallie Jackson. I mean, let's just back up a minute and talk about this choice. She had a short list. There were several candidates who got to the interview stage. This choice of Tim Walz, what did it come down to?
It came down to, by our reporting, Tim Walz wanted to be there for Kamala Harris wholeheartedly, entirely, loyally. He sees this as his ultimate end goal. There's not another necessarily step for him. He's not one of these guys that you talk about for 2038, men or women who are looking to be the next sort of star generationally of the Democratic Party in the way that, for example, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who we also heard from tonight, had as well. He's also got, and you saw this here tonight, Tim Walz really trying to show his authenticity to these Midwestern voters that are going to be so important in some of those Rust Belt battlegrounds like Michigan, like Wisconsin, like Pennsylvania. You heard him really making the case to middle-class Americans using his own roots and his own story to try to draw that thread and draw that connection. His family up there on stage, his son Gus in tears, his daughter, his wife, the emotion just so palpable during the speech and then after it as well. So yeah, the dad in plaid, the Midwestern dad energy, but also the coach, giving this crowd a pep talk. Not that they necessarily needed it. They've been pretty fired up and reminding them, and we've heard this as an undercurrent throughout the night, this isn't a done deal. There's a lot of work to do. They're saying not a lot of time to do it. This is a very competitive race, and they see themselves as the underdog.
Emphasize how all this has come together so quickly, how their lives have been transformed, that family's lives in just a month.
And let's not forget, he had to follow the Obamas last night, Oprah Winfrey tonight, and he said this is not something he does every day. So Tim Walz had his moment. We're going to take a break right here. And when we come back, we'll look ahead to tomorrow night, Kamala Harris's big night at the Democratic National Convention. We're back in a moment.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. This crowd just hearing from tonight's keynote speaker, the Democratic Vice Presidential nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Meanwhile, we're just learning new details about what to expect from VP Harris's speech tomorrow night. That, of course, the next big event at this convention.
Governor Walz has left the stage, but they're still rocking in the free world down here. As mentioned, this is a fired-up crowd. Let's go to our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, I know you've got some new reporting on Kamala Harris and her prep for her big moment in the spotlight tomorrow.
That's right. I've been talking to multiple sources who are familiar with Vice President Harris's speech preparations, and they tell me that the Vice President is really approaching this with a meticulous attention to detail. She's going over every comma, every single word. She wants it to be authentic to her. She's really leaning into her gut and her instinct here. And in doing that, she wants to do two big things. One is contrast herself to her opponent, former President Donald Trump, really saying why he is wrong for America, but also she wants to really lean into her own personal story and define her vision for America. And in doing that, she's going to be talking about her policy stances that she rolled out last week, including decreasing rent prices as well as helping out first-time home buyers. But she also is going to be really leaning into her backstory. And to do that, she's going to be talking a lot about her mother who taught her, you might be the first, but you're not going to be the last. Make sure that you help other people behind you. And she's also going to be talking about her middle-class background and the fact that she grew up in a family that understood what it was to struggle and that she understands other Americans and their abilities to push through when they are struggling. I'm also told she's really going to be praising President Biden. She said, I was told she's very grateful to him. She really respects him, and she wants to make sure that he gets the moment to really hear that from her. And I was told that she's going to be sticking largely to her remarks, but she's also going to be open and ready to react to the group.
All right, Yamiche, thanks. Let's bring back Peter Alexander on the convention floor. Peter.
Hey, Lester, recognize that these are some of the most engaged Democrats in the country, but one delegate a moment ago just said to me, I never heard of this guy a matter of weeks ago, and now I love him. That is the takeaway. Another delegate saying something is different in this room. Among those enjoying this, Chris from Seattle. Chris, this was about introducing himself for Coach Walz. What was the first impression for you?
First, I thought on day one, high bar to meet. On second day, even higher. On today, he came out and rapped happiness, optimism, fun, tears, all into one.
And those tears of his son, those tears of his son, Gus?
Oh, it really caught me. It really got me. So Coach Walz really delivered.
Well, he delivered a pep talk tonight, and those tears were not just on the eyes of Gus Walz. They were on the eyes of a lot of people in this room at that time as well. Back to you, Lester and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thanks. We'll take a break. When we come back, the big takeaways from the third night of the Democratic National Convention. More live from Chicago coming up after this.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the third night of the DNC, the program wrapping up just a few moments ago. Tomorrow, of course, is the big night, the culmination of this convention. Vice President Kamala Harris to deliver her acceptance speech, and she will be making history once again.
Let's bring back Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson for some final thoughts. This is obviously the big windup for tomorrow. How will these things mesh?
Well, you're right. I mean, on the one hand, you have Tim Walz, who's introducing himself to the American public. You have Vice President Kamala Harris, who tomorrow night will deliver the most important speech of her political career. She will be reintroducing herself, and she's really going to, I think, draw the same type of contrast that we heard Tim Walz draw tonight. She's going to have to paint a vision of what she wants to do if she's elected. I don't know that she's going to delve into a whole lot of policy details, but again, I think you're going to see that sharp contrast. One of the things that really stands out to me tonight after night 3 is the extent to which there was a real focus on independence. From Oprah talking about the fact that she's an independent. You heard Governor Tim Walz tout the fact that he's a gun owner. He's a veteran, that he wants to adhere to the Second Amendment. At the same time, he wants to keep kids safe in in schools. That's the type of messaging that could potentially reach out to some of those independents, some of those undecided voters who are going to be so critical. And then we have to say it over and over again. The issue of reproductive rights is just the common thread that runs through every single speech that we have heard. Democrats clearly believe that is going to be the animating factor in this election.
Yeah, we were quite touched by his description of his own family's adventure.
Spoken in very personal terms about his own infertility struggles.
Obviously meant their experience with IVF.
With infertility, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and when you look at this, you sometimes can tell by a convention where the campaign thinks the fertile ground is. As Kristen just mentioned, a reach out to independents. So what else do you glean from the audiences that they were clearly trying to address here for the path that they see to victory?
So the battleground states that we've been talking about here, the Rust Belt, the Sun Belt, but also what's been interesting is the way that you're also seeing them try to make sure they're supercharging the people who are already behind them. The message to Democrats in the room, the message to Americans at home. It is, right, about reaching those so-called persuadable voters, those independents, those maybe centrist Republicans who are uncomfortable with a vote for Donald Trump here. But it's about getting those loyal Democrats to show up. Democrats who may not have shown up for President Biden, given where his favorability rating was. That's a key part of the strategy here as well.
You know, it's interesting, too, because we haven't talked about it all that much. And frankly, Kamala Harris hasn't made so much of it. The fact that this would be the first female commander-in-chief. Part of the program tomorrow night will address her foreign policy credentials. For example, former CIA Director Leon Panetta expected to come to the podium here and talk about that aspect of her experience. But that's a really important credential that she has to sell people on.
Absolutely. And I think that you are going to hear a full-throated endorsement from all of the speakers tomorrow for why she does have those credentials to do that. But what's notable is she's not leaning into the historic nature of her campaign. It's such a different tone than what we heard from Hillary Clinton, for example, when she was running for president in 2016, when she really leaned into the idea that she would be the first woman president. Kamala Harris continues to quote her late mother, who said, make sure you're the first, but not the last.
Interesting, because Barack Obama did not emphasize the historic nature of his candidacy either. Yeah. And it worked for him.
It worked for him because she is running, she would say, to be the president of everyone, that yes, she would be an historic choice, but that's not the only credential and her only leading credential that qualifies.
And we talk about reintroducing herself. I mean, what don't we know? What do voters need to know about her?
Anything about what she would be like, right, as the presidential nominee. They know her as the vice president. They know her as a presidential candidate unsuccessfully, but not in a position like this.
All right, well, that concludes our coverage of the third night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago.
And we will have more tomorrow night. We kick off 4 Eastern on NBC News Now. Our special coverage, 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you tomorrow morning on Today. Tonight in Chicago, a moment we've never seen in American history.
The first woman of color nominated by a major party in the spotlight on this final night of the Democratic National Convention.
And our special coverage starts right now.
A historic test for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
The Democratic nominee speaking directly to the American people in her first major address since taking over the ticket.
Democrats fired up for the final night of a week-long celebration.
Turn out for what? America, hope is making a comeback.
Kamala Harris! When we fight.
Can she reach undecided voters and keep the momentum going on this critical night on the road to the White House?
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our special coverage, the fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention.
We're live here in Chicago, and tonight before an audience of 1,000 in this arena, which is at capacity, by the way, and of course the millions watching at home, Vice President Kamala Harris will make history with the biggest speech of her life.
Harris shattering another barrier, the first black woman and Asian American person to accept a major party's nomination for president.
Her address tonight is perhaps her best opportunity to define herself and reintroduce herself now as the new Democratic presidential candidate just weeks after she took over the top of the ticket from President Biden.
The vice president's speech is set to focus on 3 areas: sharing her background, drawing a contrast with her opponent, former President Trump, along with what her campaign is framing as her patriotic vision.
Well, the DN's theme for the night is For Our Future, as the country enters the final stretch of the presidential campaign. Election day just 75 days away, and a raucous crowd out here on the convention
And it's
floor.
probably going to get noisier at points as we move along. We've got a lot to get to tonight. Coming up, we're going to hear from a slew of big names, including remarks from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, a performance by the singer Pink, a speech from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and, of course, tonight's keynote address from the star of this convention, Vice President Harris.
Well, Harris will be speaking tonight, by the way, on her 10th wedding anniversary. We heard from the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, a little bit earlier this week. And as we gear up for the grand finale, we just got to go there. There have been a lot of rumors, Lester, in this arena all week long, actually, that Beyonce might perform tonight. Got to say, NBC News has not yet confirmed that. The convention has had a lot of surprises up its sleeve. For what it's worth, the security guard that checked us in the car earlier says that Beyonce is on the premises. Take it for what it's worth.
And that's the only one we're mentioning. There have been others mentioned big surprises. The crowd certainly feeling that anticipation. Right now, we're about to hear the Chicks, formerly known as the Dixie Chicks, perform the national anthem. Let's go to the stage now and listen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Land of the free and the home of the brave.
Just some of the star power that we have seen through this convention, and we expect, as Savannah mentioned, even more before the evening is out. We want to bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker now, and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, let me start with you. This is obviously a very raucous, a very important event here, but in terms of what it means going forward, how does it launch the campaign forward? What are the blanks that Vice President Harris will likely have to fill in tonight?
Well, the big question is, will the momentum she had coming into this convention turn into a post-convention bounce? And a lot of that could be determined by what we hear from Vice President Kamala Harris tonight. The big questions I have: will she clearly lay out for the American people how she will govern? Will she govern differently than President Biden? How will her agenda be different? What will her tone be? Of course, we've talked a lot here at this table about the fact that Democrats seem to be trying to shift to a more positive tone, feeling like President Biden's tactics of trying to paint former President Donald Trump as a threat to the democracy may not be resonating with voters, Lester.
Well, we are looking at right now the convention floor in Kerry, Washington, who is tonight's celebrity host. There's been one every single night. We've already touched on the Beyonce rumors. We're about to hear from some of the relatives of Kamala Harris, but I'll briefly bring you in, Hallie, as we wait for them. So we're expecting Kamala Harris to kind of fill out this. We've said it a lot. I think it was a pollster's quote, said she's famous but not known. And so tonight she's trying to be known as a presidential candidate.
And the word I've heard a lot again and again again, is the word reset for Kamala Harris right now, given that she is the Vice President of the United States. People know her name, of course, but this is her appearance now as the presidential nominee of the party. And so defining her in this moment is going to be critical. That's why the kids, the family, the humanizing piece of it for her, like we saw when her husband took the stage, is going to be important here. You look at the numbers, too. She's had a 13-point favorability jump just since June. It's a new polling just out today, Savannah. Democrats are hoping that momentum keeps moving forward.
But for people who don't know what she stands for, how important is it for her to not just flesh out the biography, but put some meat on the bones in terms of policy and what she would want to do?
She's going to have to, but it's also a delicate balance here because remember, this is a huge audience here. To get into the wonky weeds is not something that we anticipate, but she will have to lay out her vision for the future, her vision for America. I've talked with a couple of people close to her today, and they say that she is ready for that she is resolute, but she is also joyous. And that's another word that we heard again and again this convention is the word joy. I would also point out, people are waving American flags here. This idea of reclaiming patriotism is important.
Well, the crowd just went wild here as Tony Goldwyn, the former Scandal co-star, makes apparently a surprise appearance with Kerry Washington. Let's look.
Being rushed off the stage. No. There we go.
Video, guys. We're going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight! When we fight! When we fight! Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Good, because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe! Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen! Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are...
So, Kerry Washington, this is actually a strategic moment because the Democrats have been trying to create these viral moments. Right. Now, Lester, I know you watched every season of Scandal, and you immediately recognize the chemistry between Kerry and Tony because of their characters. Sure. And as Kerry would say, it's handled. But they're trying to, they're trying to create these viral memes and moments, and some of that has happened organically.
Well, we saw that the minute she became obviously to be the nominee. We saw that in all corners.
Yeah. And this is something that they credentialed content creators, influencers. So they're not fooling with us old media folks. They're going for that young vote, and it's turning up in the polls.
Well, the young vote is so critical, and it's particularly critical because former President Biden was trailing with young voters. She's grown, but not enough.
Well, speaking of young, these aren't voters, but we are seeing members of Harris's family coming up. So let's listen in here.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say Kama. Everybody over here, say La.
Together. For president.
So those are Kamala Harris's grandnieces, and they're making a virtue of that. Kamala Harris's name has been mispronounced,
including by her political opponent, of
by her
course.
political opponent consistently. And some people think that's confusion, and some people see something more sinister.
Yeah, perhaps like a microaggression, essentially, from former President Trump against Vice President Harris, given the historic nature of her candidacy, which brings us to a couple of things. The historic nature of her candidacy has not been something that she has leaned into heavily on the campaign trail, and those around her say that that's pretty intentional. They believe that her role, her presence, speaks for itself as if she wins, the first, of course, black woman president, the first South Asian president. And I will say, Ella Emhoff, you talk about young voters, she is somebody who tends to go viral online.
Hi, I'm Nina. I'm Ella. And I'm Elena.
I grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling. But no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ+ equality, and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice, and she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight. Let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
One of those key moments reminding viewers that there are families that look like this all across this country, and celebrating the blended nature of this family. And part of this, again, is getting to know who Kamala Harris is.
That's right. This is a reintroduction of Vice President Kamala Harris, and these very personal ties and very personal pieces of her past are going to be so critical to that.
Let's go down to the floor, check in with our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, who's in the thick of it all. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Savannah, great to be with you tonight. There's a lot of entertainment right now, so everyone is sitting at the moment because they're watching the man on stage here, D.L. Hughley, the comedian and actor who's just taken the podium. Likely to be a lot of laughs over the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. You may notice a lot of American flags over the crowd here. Old Glory is the star of the night so far. A lot of patriotism on display here at the United Center in Chicago. The energy level throughout this night, the last night of the convention, has been about a 10. When you talk to delegates here, they tell you they are excited and looking forward to not only hearing Vice President Kamala Harris, but seeing her up close. We're right here by the stage. We expect the space to go wild when she comes out. Just over my shoulder here, Governor Walz has been up in his suite, and the first gentleman as well. But again, they're sitting down right now watching the entertainment. I will tell you, Savannah, because you referenced this earlier, I've been asking delegates if they heard the rumor about who may not perform or show up, and everyone is saying they're hearing that same rumor. Again, we don't know if it's true or not, but people are talking about it. Beyonce may or may not be here. I was speaking to this delegate right here. She's the one who actually talked to me about the rumor. First of all, what have you heard?
Well, I mean, we've heard, be ready for all the surprises here at the DNC. Night 4, it's always exciting. So Beehive should be ready, should be watching.
Yeah, whether she's here or not, I'm sure this place is going to explode with excitement on whoever that surprise guest is. Talk to me about the white. We've noticed so many women tonight in white throughout the convention hall. Why is that?
Women's suffragette movement. Of course, women getting the right to vote. And with our votes, we're going to put the first woman in the White House to represent all of us.
All right, we thank you so much. Remind me of your name.
Victoria Martinez Muela.
All right, from California, Victoria, thank you so much. All right, the laughs have started here, Savannah. D.L. Hughley has the stage right now. I'm going to send it back up to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Tom, our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor. My first question is, can you move down there? I understand they shut down access to the floor a little while ago.
Yeah, it's a tight squeeze down here, I'll tell you that much, and our feet are all going to need a massage at the end of these last several days because people have been standing in the aisles. This has literally been a standing room only experience. We're talking about the energy in this room, joy, optimism, and patriotism. Those are the words that Kamala Harris is going to be striking over the course, that mission, that message over the course of her speech tonight. These folks have been just lighting things up, dancing, enjoying. Among them, Dana, my new friend from Atlanta here. You are a delegate. You went to one of these conventions in 2016 in Philadelphia. How does this one compare, Dana?
It's phenomenal. I mean, I can't even say how much. This is like a freedom party.
party. We are celebrating democracy, we're celebrating freedom, we're celebrating truth, and you can feel the energy in the room.
And so if you can't, give me a sense, though. You've been here over the course of this night. Highlights, obviously, night one, we got to see Joe Biden. Night two, we saw the Obamas. Last night, Coach Walz had this place ready for the pep talk, like a post-game locker room, party celebration as people were leaving. Tonight, you got to hear from Kamala Harris herself. Have you heard from her, and what is about her story that's inspired you?
I think just her ferocity. I feel like she's going to fight for us. The joy that she brings. You've got some folks out there trying to make fun of her laugh. It makes no sense whatsoever. We should have more laughter, more joy, and I think that's what she's going to bring to the table.
Jada, we've had fun hanging out with you. If you don't mind, we're going to hang out together a little bit, mostly because I can't get anywhere else but this position. We're tightly squeezed in here. Savannah and Lester, back to you guys.
All right.
Peter, thanks. Joining us now is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He spoke at this convention last night, was previously vetted as a possible running mate for VP Harris. Welcome, first of all.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Talk about the evening, what we expect ahead, and what you mostly expect from Kamala Harris.
Well, first off, if you can't tell, folks are fired up. They're excited here, and Kamala Harris gets to come and greet these delegates that are sending her on to the White House. And they are people who I think are excited to hear about her life story, hear about her vision, hear about the kind of things she wants to do to lift up this nation. I'm excited to hear her remarks tonight.
If there's any do or die state for both campaigns, it's Pennsylvania.
I think Democrats and Republicans agree on that.
Yeah, that's the one thing you all agree on, which it means that all these candidates are going to be parked in your state. But how do you assess it right now, and particularly having Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket versus Joe Biden, who is a sort of honorary Pennsylvanian, having been born in Scranton?
Yeah.
What's the lay of the land for you? You know these politics very well.
Well, we love Joe Biden, and we love our native son. I think what's clear, though, is the race has really changed since he got out. I mean, it's effectively a tie right now. The candidates are +1, -1, something like that. Pennsylvania is a wonderful state. It's an incredibly challenging state to win in. Kamala Harris, think about it this way, has kind of marched 49 yards up the field. That last yard and a half is tough in our Commonwealth. The good news is I think she's poised to pick that up. And she understands you got to show up in communities that oftentimes feel ignored and left behind. The day, I think it was a day or two before this convention, she was in Pennsylvania, not in Philly or Pittsburgh, and we love Philly and Pittsburgh. She was in rural Beaver County, talking about economic issues, talking about cutting costs, really important stuff. That shows that they get it. You got to compete everywhere in our Commonwealth.
A convention is not a measure necessarily of progress in a campaign. How do you capture this energy, but also with the reality that this is going to be tough?
Well, what I've done, what great people like Bob Casey have done, I think Bob's going to win his election. Our senior senator is doing a great job and always putting people before the powerful, unlike his opponent who does the opposite. I think what you got to do is show up, and you got to put people first, and you got to let them know that you understand their concerns and lay out your plans on how you're going to lift them up. Kamala Harris has begun to do that. I think she'll continue to do that over these coming 76 days.
Governor, you spoke last night. You had the crowd going. It drew the notice of former President Donald Trump, who tweeted or put on social media and called you the highly overrated Jewish governor of Pennsylvania, who refuses to acknowledge that he is the best friend to Israel and the Jewish people. I'll just let you respond.
Yeah. I think the head shake you're doing sort of says it all. Look, it's a serious thing. I mean, this is more anti-Semitic tropes from a guy who wants to lead our nation. More injecting of hatred and bigotry and creating others in our society. I want to be clear about this, guys. Like, it doesn't upset me. I don't get too high from the good or low from the attacks, but it does upset me that it upsets other people out there. Because when the guy who wants to lead our nation attacks someone who's different than him, peddles this type of bigotry, it makes people feel less safe. That's what I hear from others. You know, Lori and I are blessed with 4 kids. We try and raise them to be good people. We try and raise them to respect others. You would at least want those values, those traits in the would-be leader of the free world. Donald Trump doesn't have those traits. I think Kamala Harris does. And at the end of the day, after all the policies, after all the articulation of vision, I think it really comes down to what kind of person do we want leading us. I want someone who's caring and empathetic, not someone who's divisive and chaotic.
Can I ask you, though, I mean, this issue of Israel, the war in Gaza, has clearly divided the Democratic Party. There is a large uncommitted movement. It's quite substantial in a state like Michigan, which is another must-win probably for the Democrats. How concerned are you about that?
Look, I think what's happening in the Middle East it's really tragic. It's tragic what happened on October 7th when a terrorist group led a raid into Israel, killing over 1,200 people, capturing over 200 hostages, including Americans, bringing them over and then suffering abuse and sexual violence in Gaza. I mourn and I ache for what happened in Israel. I also mourn and ache for what's happening in Gaza. The quickest way for us to end this is for the hostages to be returned home and the violence end and get back to a meaningful dialogue about creating peace in the Middle East. I want to be really clear, though. All of what I just said, there's some nuance to that. I get that. But there should be absolutely no nuance when it comes to standing up against hatred and bigotry in all forms. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, whatever hatred that is, we have to condemn that. And when people like Donald Trump inject that into this dialogue, it makes it harder to find peace. It makes it harder to bring the hostages home. It makes it harder to end the violence in Gaza.
But to the politics question, hearing everything you just said, are you concerned at all that division could erode the Democrat support in some of those key states?
I think at the end of the day, folks are going to go to the polls and understand that they've got two really stark choices. We can go with chaos and extremism, or we can go with someone who is trying to bring about a peaceful end to this, who is trying to bring the hostages home, who is trying to stop the violence that we're seeing in Gaza. And that is the person, ultimately, in Kamala Harris, that I think people will flock to.
Governor Shapiro, thank you so much for coming and speaking with us. We do appreciate it. We'll let you get back into the convention.
Unless you know if Beyonce's coming. There's a rumor.
Is there?
Yeah.
You haven't heard this? I'm not on the inside on that one. But man, oh man, would I love to see Beyonce.
You're a fan.
There you go. Big time.
Governor Shapiro, thank you so much. Well, we're continuing to watch what's happening on the convention floor. Here they're doing a video interstitial, and we'll expect in a few moments a section on the convention floor, Lester, about gun violence and about people who have been impacted by that personally, including, of course, former Congressman Gabby Giffords of Tucson, Arizona, who herself was a victim
This will
of
be
violence.
much in line with what we saw earlier this week with reproductive rights and people telling their stories.
For every town for gun safety. Lucy Macbeth.
When I worked for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate.
Testimony and drawing images in some days that we would hope to never to think about again.
When you look at the issue of gun violence here in this party, it is critical for Democrats. 7 in 10 say it is a huge problem, and it's getting a prime time.
And Gabby Giffords taking the stage. She's escorted by her husband, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. We'll hear from her in a moment. But Giffords is one of the most famous gun violence survivors after she survived a mass shooting at one of her campaign events back in 2011. That shooting left her partly paralyzed and intact in her speech. But since then, she's built a massive gun violence prevention group and brought the issue to the forefront, and she's here to talk again before this convention.
I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank
Gabby Giffords, who survived an assassination attempt, a gunshot wounds, feared dead, survived, as she just said, led an incredibly courageous path back to do what she just did. I can guarantee, knowing her as I do, we're from the same hometown, she worked very hard for that moment.
She really, incredible survivor story.
It really is, and this is one of the issues that is the starkest divide between Democrats and Republicans. They have a very different vision about how to address this issue, and from Sandy Hook to Uvalde, we just heard victims' family members. There's now a generation of young people who believe that the issue of gun violence is paramount, that elected officials need to do something about it, and this goes back to our discussion about the importance of young voters. This is one of those issues that resonates so deeply with them.
Well, the class of Newtown survivors are graduating high school now and turning 18 if they're lucky enough to live that day, and they're turning into voters, and so it has become a very prominent issue with younger voters. I want to take you back to the convention floor in a moment here. We're going to hear a special performance. We know the Beyonce rumors, but this is confirmed. Pink's set to perform now a song, What About Us, an acoustic version, and she's got among her background vocalists her own daughter, Willow. Let's listen.
We are searchlights, we can see in the dark.
us down the river too far? What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We're problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called, but man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. Now it's time to let them go. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about
First of all, beautiful song. In the acoustic, even better. And how cool to have your daughter sing backup.
And Willow, she goes out on the road a lot with Pink, actually, and is a feature, and obviously has a beautiful voice like her mom. As we wait the speeches to continue, let's go down to Peter Alexander on the convention floor. Hi, Peter.
Savannah, I was struck by how many people were wiping away tears. I've really been feeling the last several speeches we heard about gun violence in this country. I just met Melinda, a school teacher, and a mom. I could see you just moved by the words of Gabby Giffords and the others. What did their stories mean to you?
I'm a mother of two children, a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I just want them to be safe at school. In addition, I'm also a school teacher, and I want every single student that I teach to be safe every day and to know that they can focus on getting an education in school and be safe.
Melinda, I appreciate your talking to us tonight. Her story is not unique, Savannah and Lester. Over the course of these last several days, we've met so many people who are here for a variety of different issues: abortion access, their fears about gun violence in this country, their desire to have safe schools and safe communities. Melinda's is just one of thousands similar we've heard over the course of these last few days.
All right, Peter. And then there's the commander-in-chief test, and that's going to be an issue going into this campaign. Senator Mark Kelly taking the stage. We saw him there with his wife, former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Kelly's a former astronaut. He represents the swing state of Arizona. He's flown combat. He's flown in the space shuttle and vetted by the Harris campaign as a possible VP running mate.
Hello, Democrats.